What up, everybody? Sorry for the late start tonight. I had a few minor technical difficulties, but I got them sorted out relatively easy, so no complaints, no big deal. Let's get us onto the correct scene, and we will get started. What up, Ange? Good to see you, buddy. Perfect. What up, Ammo? What up, Buckle? What up, Joey? What up, Ewok? And that's where it ends, because Trip's got to be difficult with his name structure.
Wow.
Damn
Makes
you and
feel
your
left out.
Damn you and your syllabolic structure, Trip. Could have been stars, you know? We could have been stars, Trip.
Could have been a contender. It's been 12 years leading up to this moment right here.
And wah 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 wah. Alright, so let's go ahead and get right into it. Last week you guys ended with some combat. So I'm sure that you'll have some more investigation and such that you'll want to do regarding your freshly made corpse. But what else do you guys remember from last session? Any volunteers?
Whipped the shit out of that giant.
Kicked its ass.
And then I
Did a pretty good
talked
job.
to it. And then I decayed it.
Yeah, I had forgotten.
And I left
about
my
that.
followers to make a little town at the place we stayed during the storm.
Which was named...
The Kendrick Lumber Mill?
Kendrick Mill.
Very good. Trip, take 25 experience.
I said it too.
He said it first.
The Kendrick Lamar mill.
Maybe. So what else do you guys remember from last time? Anything?
Yeah, we had to
Talk
choose
to
between two paths. One that was a dangerous mountain path with lots of giants, and one that would probably be more vampires. And we all chose the giant path because it sounds really fun. I
was
learned some
just
things
trying to
about
be
El
different.
Soro.
Yeah, it was more of a pick the flavor of your death as opposed to find the easier way. Like, I would say both. You kind of determined that both routes would be equally dangerous, just different.
Yeah. Giant
Hey, what's up,
sounded more-
Salinas? Buckle, Ammo, anything to add? Anything that they missed? Your mic's really, really quiet, Buckle. Yeah, it might be picking up the wrong mic.
Decided to use my Vive for some reason. Is that better?
That's pretty funny. Did you not want to play D&D in VR?
I mean, if we played with virtual tabletop, I could, but yeah,
Screw
no,
it.
that's
That'd be a
way
big
over there.
investment. I don't know.
How come when he says D&D in VR, you think playing at a tabletop instead of, like, fighting the dragon?
Because no games do that yet, and virtual tabletop already exists.
I mean, I'm not trying to be rude, but
You-
3D
you're such an
audio
adult.
sounds like shit. 3D micro voice. Never mind. I was trying to be funny. Fuck me, all right?
Alright.
So we start over. Kendrick's wife was an elf. The place where we're going through right now is the Vexwood, and the giant looked mutated in some fashion.
And Armnibus may be Amish.
He's definitely not Amish.
Well, I have written down in my notes that he may be Amish.
Listen, I can write lies in my notebook too, but I choose not to.
We had a conversation about it last week. If you didn't write it down in your notes, it's your problem.
I've talked about it like 19 times, Libras. At this point, I'm no longer trying to do it on purpose. I've already showed off a bunch. Yes, I am better than you. I'm not better than Libra. universe. I just like saying I am.
I mean, I wish I had one. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I'd kind of like one.
I was
Same.
playing Arizona Sunshine yesterday, and I got scared and had to stop.
Is that a
Wow,
good
boys.
drink?
Yeah.
This? It's Coke Zero.
Arizona Sunshine.
Oh. Yeah, it's delicious.
It sounds like a good drink.
I mean, there is an Arizona Sun Tea, so.
True.
Yeah, I've seen that happen. Hey, what's up, Scruffles? Lady Scruffles coming through with a resub. How are you? I hope you are doing well in Korea. Korea!
I don't think either of those were the right.
Korea!
I think it's pronounced Korea.
Yeah, I
Korea.
think Trip's right here.
So let's get some love up
Korea.
in chat, please, for Scruffles. Again, I hope you're doing well. I hope the hunt for a laptop is going swimmingly. But I've also seen a lot of the pictures that you've been posted. Looks like you're having a good time, buddy. And also, I don't know if he's here or not, but I just noticed Shadzar must have snuck in a cheeky sub earlier today. Which I'm not really, like, outing him for, because his name is right above my face on the overlay, because he's the most recent subscriber. But I don't know if, I don't think we've seen Shadzar yet. What up, Neo Wanderer? Thank you very much for the bits. Getting things started off nicely into Cup. And good to see that all of my alerts are actually working, so thank you very much for that, guys. Always a crapshoot. You went to the DMZ yesterday and there was a theme park? That doesn't make any sense. I think you're lying. That sounds like a lie to me. That sounds made
Like,
up. She
Is
made
she
that
talking
up.
like DMZ is in demilitarized zone?
That would be the DMZ, yeah.
It's a wall and a building between them, and then apparently a theme park.
And a
Apparently.
minefield.
I mean, because what else are you going to put next to a water slide?
Well, what kind of theme park?
Yeah, I mean, really, what's the theme of that park?
Seriously.
That really
Sadness?
sounds like something
Yeah.
I came up with. Like that's
Despair?
Division?
that sounds like something like if Trip was like the government. That sounds like something I would have made. Like, oh, let's put a theme park right next to this highly dangerous area.
Yeah, what's the theme? Lackluster? Like, come on.
Yeah, I don't know. Nice big park and some rides near the bridge they used to exchange prisoners. Oh, that's festive.
That theme sounds pretty, unique.
Seems festive. I mean,
Go to
prisoner
Korea now.
exchange sounds like a real party.
It sounds like what they're doing is showing off. The North Koreans are there
It's
watching.
like, all right, we'll hand them off at the Froyo stand at 3 o'clock
Wait, which Froyo stand? There's a few of them.
next to the Dippin' Dots.
Oh, alright.
So anyway, Buckle, Ammo, anything else to add for the recap? Okay then. We will pick up immediately where we left off. But real quick before we do, because there's something I've been meaning to allow you guys to roll and I haven't yet. You can all make like a general history roll. Interesting.
Oh,
Yeah. Neo said a fun part.
That's actually a
Extra.
really good roll, Danderfluff, so I can give you some pretty decent information for that. Just based on what you've seen of the Vexwood so far, the Kendrick Mill, you've probably crossed like over enough wilderness at this point that you'd see various other like structures that have just kind of been left to ruin. And you generally get this idea that along with this lumber mill, the Vexwood was probably much smaller and thinner as a forest, you know, many, many hundreds, if not thousands of years ago, when lumber was a primary commodity. Now that, like, the kind of the whole aesthetic of Vinland is all about immortality and permanence. So most of their structures are made of stone and steel. You know, most of the wooden structures that you guys saw while you were in Port Noctum were in, like, the shitty part of town. Scum Town, basically. So basically, it just occurs to you that, like, the reason why this forest is so thick is just the vampires have no need for the lumber, so these places just got gradually abandoned and lost over time.
I will relay most of that to the party, but like just a casual conversation. Like, it's really sad that I guess the vampires don't really have any need for the wood. But then again, it looks really pretty. Well, when there would be sunlight.
I think it's pretty without the sunlight. The sun hurts.
The
I do
nighttime
like
is the
this
right
forest,
time. What do you gotta do that's so important you can't come and join this fucking cult with me, Trip? There's a girl I want to meet there! That was a good one. Anyway, so we'll pick up right where we left off. You guys have just downed this very deformed, knotted, gnarled looking up giant. And Trip has decayed his body, thus preventing further examination of the actual corpse. But we're picking up, like, immediately after the battle, so you guys haven't rested or anything like that. So, yeah, open session.
We did loot some things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you did collect the loot off of it before Trip decayed him.
Yeah, they were like done looking at it, so I was just like, alright. I'm gonna make it an offering now.
Oh, yeah.
And I nailed it.
Nailed it.
They did.
So, what are you guys doing?
I will start untying the horses from a tree I tied them to.
Yeah, well, it's not time to dilly-dally. Let's continue on with our journey. And, I'll help untie the horses if need be.
Are we regrouping everything back up near the wagon? Token-wise, that is. Good
That's
talk.
where I went
That's
back to.
that's fine. It doesn't matter to me.
How thick is the forest like going forward?
I mean, you guys can kind of pick a trail. You've got the carriage anyway, so
But more, does it look like the carriage is going to be more of a hindrance than?
it's certainly slowing you down. I mean, there's no two ways about that.
And eventually we're not going to be able to use it at all.
I just, do we really need the carriage? I mean, we're going up a mountain.
Seraphina's carriage.
Do we know how much longer we have to travel?
Well, I mean, to get to your ultimate destination, it's probably going to take you weeks.
Sorry, to the party, to the mountain pass. Do we know how much farther we have to travel?
You can see the mountains in the distance, so probably at least a few more days.
So a comfortable ride until then? It's as long as no more giants are in the way.
Could we use the horses without the carriage?
Yeah, you can ride draft horses.
I didn't know if it was one of those game things like this is not a riding horse.
No, it's a
No,
combo deal.
dude, if you can, with the appropriate rolls, you can ride whatever creature you want, or attempt to rather. Would be the key word there. The attempt
What
is
do you roll to
certainly
ride a
allowed.
gnome?
To ride a who?
A gnome.
You don't.
Persuasion
Yeah, probably.
or intimidation.
Yeah, I mean, if you really want to get dark about it.
About 500 gold.
Yeah, give or take. I mean, I guess we'll leave it up to Danderfluff to set the price.
Yeah, Danderfluff, what's the price?
I just said
500? Is that official? There you
it's
go.
canon now.
All right.
Also, thank you very much, Light and Tucky, for those hosts. Good to see you, Light. How you doing tonight? And Tucky, look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Oh, and if you guys haven't yet, make sure you wish Denisis a happy birthday, because today's his birthday.
Is he here?
I don't think he's in chat, no, but I sent him a tweet. And I'll have you know that I spent a good hour looking for the perfect birthday GIF tweet. Or, yeah, the perfect birthday GIF to tweet. Put a lot of thought into it. Hey, what's up, Sansa? And Shalom. So yeah, it's up to you guys what you do from here on out.
I personally have no attachment to the carriage. I mean, we can go with it or we can go without it. Just ride the horses.
I think as far as steeds go, you'd be like one shy, but you could always double up Danderfluff with somebody else. That's
Danderfluff can ride with me.
so. I mean, yeah, it would be certainly possible for you guys to ditch the carriage and just take horses from here if you'd like, but that's up to you.
I do not feel strongly one way or the other.
I feel like time is of the essence, so the faster we can do this, the better. So let's ditch the carriage.
Serafina owns it.
Are you
so
paying me back?
Well, that is a good point. No, I didn't plan to, but I mean, if that's the decision that we need to come to, then sure. But how much did it cost?
I don't know if Ammo kept her receipt.
I think it
Ma'am,
was
do you have your receipt or not?
2
You have your
dark
pink slip.
pennies.
Ma'am, I can't accept a return unless you have your receipt.
Yeah, the blue book value is gonna be diminished. If that's
Yeah, wasn't it like I think it was like
Mobile homes always
250 'cause
depreciate.
they built in the coffin thing for me.
Yeah, I think you paid a little extra for it.
Yes, I think it was like 250.
We could turn it into a sled to go down the other side of the mountain.
question. How do we get it up this side of the mountain?
Teamwork.
Makes a dream work.
If there's a will, there's a way.
where do you guys learn such great sayings? I mean,
Michael
I
Landon.
haven't met anyone named Will yet.
That's because Williet's a silly name.
Not anymore. It just became the most popular name in Laveria.
Williet? Cool. Next character's name is Williet.
Williet Snood.
Just not get crazy.
Snood is where it gets crazy.
That was the line, and you crossed it.
I'm known to do that, Buckle. My streams are about extreme situations and also learning. So I'm kind of like the crocodile hunter.
Dead?
So,
What an
Only on the
ignominious way for
inside.
him to go.
so you said it was about
Shanked.
250 gold for that carriage. We have enough money in the
Pretty
party
sure.
funds to pay for that.
To whom?
To Seraphina, I mean, I suppose she was the one that paid for it. I don't know. She's asking us if we, ditch the caravan that, we pay her back for it, which seems reasonable to me, but that's just my lonely dragonborn opinion.
What happened to the horses?
Well, we'll ride the horses.
Move your token down, Emma. Come join the party.
Seraphina, we're talking to Seraphina. She's like way over there and looking in the opposite direction from us. And is like, where's the horses?
Why is Seraphina yelling at the dirt?
I mean, I'm not
We
trying
could
to be.
turn the coffin into the sled.
I'm not personally on board with the sled idea, but I'm not against it either.
Because Seraphina's gonna need the coffin still, so we could just have the horses drag the coffin and leave the rest of the carriage.
Does the carriage have curtains?
I
Like to
don't
keep the
think we
light
ever
out or something?
established if it had any windows. I would say it would have at least a window on the door, which would probably have a curtain on it.
I mean, if you want to carry the casket, you could go ahead, but we could just rip the curtain off and just wrap her around in that. Or I've got my giant sock. We can just stuff her in it.
I didn't hear your
Rough
sock
light
right away.
goes through.
What did you hear, Buckle?
Shoe.
That's a really big shoe.
I just really want to make a Nightmare Before Christmas sled.
Well, you may yet have your chance. It all depends on what the party agrees to do.
It's like sitting in.
I feel like we should ditch the carriage, and I feel like we should not go with the slide.
I mean, a slide would be fun, though.
Would it be possible to debate what to do with the carriage as we progress forward with the carriage?
Sure.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
So you guys gonna do some walking and talking?
Yeah.
Or West Winging it.
All right, Emma, what's your take on the situation? We'll let you guys each speak your piece on do we keep the carriage or do we get rid of it. So
If I'm getting paid back, fine.
all about that money. Buckle?
Can I abstain? I didn't buy it and I have a horse, so
Sure.
I don't care.
Rebiathan?
I say we ditch the carriage, and I don't mind paying Seraphina back. And I think we should just leave it all behind and keep the horses.
You'll certainly make better time if you do.
Yep.
Ewok?
I mean, eventually we're going to have to get rid of it anyways. So,
Rip the
might as well
Band-Aid
get rid of it. Yeah, get rid of the Band-Aid so we can get used to climbing up the mountain with our shins and feet and
Sure.
hooves.
And Trip?
I really want to make a coffin sled because eventually it's gonna be daytime, and we're gonna want to keep going, and we're gonna have to wait for Seraphina to dig herself out of the ground.
It doesn't take her that long.
But we have to wait for the sun to, like. We could get
Well,
more
regardless
done
of,
if we
I
drag
guess
her.
that's true.
Like whenever we get out from under the pestilence cloud.
I think you might be overestimating how easy it would be to drag a coffin along with you for that amount of time. Especially one as well built as this. But you're welcome to try.
Seraphina just waits here while we go do, the adventure. Just kidding. I wasn't serious.
What up,
Please don't
Nikki?
kill me. Say we deal with that problem when we get to it.
Alright, well, I think the majority rules, and that says get rid of the carriage. So we're getting rid of the carriage. Final answer?
Yep.
Speak now or forever hold your pieces. Okay. So when you ditch the carriage, do you just kind of like unhook the horses and just leave it there, or do you attempt to hide it at all, or what do you do?
Should we smash it?
Oh, let's set it on fire. It could be a distraction and make people go to there, and then we leave, and then
Then they know that someone's like nearby up ahead, so they hunt for us.
it could start a forest fire, right?
Right. Go on. Is there
Only
more to
you
that?
can prevent
And
that.
then they have to deal with the forest fire while we're going. We're leaving.
I would not advise starting any forest fires. That was something I was always taught to try and prevent.
They can be healthy for the environment. It sets new, helps new plants grow.
I say we just break it down into pieces and move on.
If time is of the essence, why don't we just unhitch and move along?
Even better. It's decided then. That's what we're doing. Let's unhitch this trailer carriage thing and move on.
Okay, and you guys can fill up on rations, fill up on water, because I know all that was on the carriage. If there's anything else from the carriage you'd like to grab, just let me know.
Define fill up. What are you saying? Should be max.
20 is full rations, and then 2 full water skins, if you have the appropriate amount of water skins to fill.
If I already have 3, I can just say nah, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just
You
kidding. Thank
you can carry an extra water skin, it doesn't matter to me.
I'm just goofing.
I'm just saying, like, the standard is 20 rations, 2 water skins. That's what I base, like, adventuring gear off of.
I'm gonna rip off the curtains and put them in my bag.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
They are deep red.
I'm gonna carve Robbie was here into the wood.
Okay. No roll required. Anything else before leaving the carriage?
I'm gonna shillelagh the windows.
The window?
I wouldn't have one on each side.
No, I said there was just one on the door.
But the doors were gone.
No, they're still on there.
I should lay the doors in. Fuck this carriage.
Okay.
I tap my foot impatiently while Nyloth destroys the carriage.
Oh no, I'm doing this as he's writing his name in it.
Don't destroy the part that has my name on it.
Okay. So using the tokens on the map, please, just show me who's going to be riding with whom. And I guess that means, Seraphina, you get your own horse.
Heck yeah. I mean, I did pay for them.
And you can use the 2 horses as basically like just a rally point, and you guys can set up your marching order around them.
I think the war steed should go first.
Danderfluff was leading the way through the forest, though. Best eyesight and outdoor sense. I mean, I can lead the way, but you're putting your life in my hands. And
Well, Danderfluff can ride with anybody. Well, maybe not Rebiathan. I just figure, like, a horse is easy enough to, like, ride 2 people, but, like, a boar kind of has, like, a more sloping back. Like, I don't know if you'd be able to really get 2 people on a boar.
See how it is. It's all right. I understand. It's cool.
It's because your boar's got a lumpy spine, and he's ugly and gross. There,
It is
I said
what
it.
it is.
There, I said it. It's all out in the open now.
You missed my awesome joke earlier. I said Garrett has a war horse for his fine steed, and I have a war dog.
Go to your room.
I'm in my room.
Can you take away XP for that?
Oh.
Nope, just levels.
Oh.
In his next roll, have disadvantage.
I've been level 5 for like a year.
Well, that's because you keep dying. You keep having to start over at the beginning of the level.
I know. It's so frustrating.
Yeah, you'll get there.
Don't take away my
How
levels,
close are you now? You've had Rebiathan for a while.
I'm at 12,125. I think 14,000 is level 6.
I have
I
no
think
idea
it
off the
should
top of
be.
my head.
Pretty sure it is.
It's all caught up to me.
Is there a formula to it, Buckle? Like, I know in 3.5 there was, like, a formula you could figure out, like, what the XP for a certain level was, but I don't think so with this.
I never sat down to think about it.
Because
Three-
it's, like, 900 and then 3,600, I think. It's, like, weird.
Yeah, but once it jumps from 2,700 to 6,500, it gets strange.
Yeah,
And then
it works at, like, really odd intervals, it seems.
yeah. Hmm. Oh,
Shout out
is
to
it just
Frederick Buckles.
is it just twice the current added to itself, right?
14,000, I was right.
So yeah, you're pretty close then. You
Yeah.
should, barring any
Oh, yeah.
acts of wanton, I'm going to throw torches into rooms full of cannonballs. You should
It was
survive.
One single torch into the barrel of one single cannon. Not a room full of cannons.
Well, you didn't know
I mean, your character's already at the same XP as mine.
That's
So
true.
you're not that far behind.
That makes me feel better. Thank you.
And it's your third. I wasn't even here.
that. Oh, it's your
Yeah,
second
this-
character trip.
Yeah, and his third one's already caught up.
Right, so, like, basically what I'm saying is, like, if you were close to leveling with Spruce when he died, he could have kind of, like, lapped you on the levels. based off of just how much experience you guys are getting. That's definitely possible.
Dang, and I was the one that accidentally killed him.
True.
I think you weren't there, Trip, when we fought the three beasts to get through that door, were you?
He also got experience for that you didn't get, Trip. So
That was a lot of experience for that session.
Yeah. Yeah, we've had a few sessions in the past like couple months that it's just been.
but that's good because it's kind of like giving a few of you guys a chance to catch up on experience a little bit.
I'm not complaining.
Okay, so are you guys happy with your marching order?
Yep.
Danderfluff, you still riding with Nyloth, or are you gonna switch over and ride with Garrett, who's in the lead?
It'd probably be smarter to go with Garrett, so I'll go with Garrett.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so Ewok, you're doing the guiding, I assume. So go ahead and make a survival check. I'll give you advantage on the roll for your for your sight and all that kind of stuff. Because that would obviously aid you in innumerable ways, like trying to navigate through this vast forest. Okay, you're nearly certain that you're moving in the right direction. If anybody asked you, you would say that you're sure you're moving northwest. You might have like a little bit of doubt, but it's not even enough worth mentioning.
My dwarf eyes, I think we're going the right way.
And Rebiathan, are you riding like abreast with Garrett Reeves or a little bit behind?
Abreast.
Okay. Then the three of you in the front, I would like for you to make perception rolls, please.
Standard perception roll.
Yes, because I don't believe you'd be brandishing your shield.
It doesn't say I have to be wielding it, only that I have it and I'm attuned to it. I was seeing if it was like nighttime would make it be a disadvantage.
If it's... Oh yeah, that's right. We never really established what time of day is it. What time of day would it be? Did we ever...
You said last time it was night.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's probably about halfway between dusk and dawn.
Okay. Okay.
Oh boy.
Nice.
Do I see God?
No, but you do see that something, or rather several somethings, have been kind of strung up along a group of trees up in the distance.
High, medium, or low within the trees? Is it like a tripline trap, or is it like a warning or a punishment kind of thing?
It's definitely not hidden. You definitely get the idea that whatever this is and whoever did it, it was probably put at a specific height to be seen, so you could take that as like, oh, this is some type of warning. But it basically looks just like a thin cord or rope, kind of like wrapped around one tree and then wrapped around the next tree and then the next tree, and you can see objects swaying, hanging from the ropes.
Are they shoes? Is it like the dick kids from like that
They could be
suburban
shoes.
neighborhood?
They could be shoes. They're roughly the size of boots, but you're not close enough to accurately see exactly what they are.
Does someone sell crack here?
Yeah, I thought I
And
saw
Seraphina,
that's somewhere.
you can see the same.
Dogs
You can
have.
see that there's like a rope up ahead and that there's things tied to the rope dangling from it. And it seems to kind of continue for a ways, kind of to the edge of your vision.
I point it out and indicate that there's probably some dick kids in this neighborhood.
What kind
What's
of
a
kids would
neighborhood?
be in this neighborhood?
Dick ones.
Like, are we talking like human kids or?
I give a holy roll of my eyes. And press on.
I'll press on as well.
Okay. As you get closer, you realize that these objects hanging from these lines of rope, are not boots, but instead small animals. Rabbits, squirrels, a few birds. General, small game animals.
Fresh?
No. No,
I
many of
figured
them
not.
look like they have been there for a while.
Must be those dick kids, huh?
Trip, you can make a nature roll with advantage. Okay. You can see that these animals are in varying states of decay. The thing that leaps out to you most, Trip, is that you don't see any type of scavengers or carrion feeders or insects or anything feeding on these corpses like there should be.
There's something off with the corpses.
Well, now don't do your thing where you speak to them just yet.
I don't know how to talk to animals. Just bugs. Which there are none of eating these corpses. And it's weird.
Well, let's just press on. Well, do you think maybe we should cut them down?
Sure.
I don't know
It
that I
might be
want to.
cursed or something.
I don't really want to touch them.
They may
We
be
wouldn't have to touch 'em.
radioactive.
I don't know. Why not just keep pressing on?
Good idea. Let's do that.
And I don't know if it's pertinent to you guys at all, but the ropes tied to the trees are at about they're hung at a height of about 3-4 feet off the ground.
Oh, so we would have. That's what I was asking earlier. So now we have to cut the ropes in order to get by, or go around.
I mean, at this point, you're just coming to the edge. You could just walk on the other side of the rope, which would be the direction that you're going. You wouldn't have to cut through it. You could just simply, like, take two
We could
steps
just, like,
around it at this
We
point.
just walk by and cut them down, though, right?
Sure, if you want.
If you want to.
What up, Chankla?
No, I'm not gonna do that because that would just leave like an obvious, sign of trespassing. I'm just gonna keep pressing on.
Okay. Keep pressing on. Everybody in agreement?
Can I like inspect them with Arcana in case there's magic
Sure.
making them?
You may roll Arcana. There appears to be some ritual aspect to this, but that doesn't necessarily denote arcane.
There be done a ritual on them critters.
And since you're inspecting, I'll go ahead and tell you, at least from the ones you've seen so far, all of their heads have been removed.
Also, they ain't got no heads.
And the cuts are not clean.
I suggest we press on.
I'm gonna let them all go first. And I'm gonna go around, unless I can't go around.
You can go around.
It could be a property.
Buckle, you wearing shoulder pads?
Yep. Yeah.
Oh, it's the 80s. Buckle's doing big shoulders thing.
Yep. Next Sunday, my hair will be all permed up.
Nice, dude.
Nice.
Do
Yeah.
the beard, too. Let your soul glow.
A permed beard seems terrifying, so maybe for Halloween.
That sounds like that would be fucking awful.
Wouldn't you just smell burning hair all the time?
Who says I don't?
No, it doesn't smell like burnt hair. It more smells like almost if you mix like sort of an egg smell with like lots of hairspray. Kind of like that. It's unpleasant.
I was thinking
Yeah,
of
it's like
getting
the
a
inside
perm.
of a bum's ass. Right between the cheeks. Alright, so you guys walk around to the other side of the rope, so it's now on your left, and you continue ahead. Alright. So you essentially leave the rope behind you. It doesn't run parallel to your course. Ammo, roll a d100. Okay. It's a bit windy and cold this night. So probably naturally you guys will just kind of bundle up a little bit if you have extra items or clothes to assist with that. Obviously the forest itself is giving you a good amount of cover from the wind, so it's not too bad.
I'm just kind of
Additionally-
needy, so
Before I forget, I might as well give this to you now, Ammo, because I'm assuming you've kind of been like reading this and working on it as the party's been moving. Your ritual. Alright, you've pretty much finished decoding it. Let me get to where I wrote this down. Here we go. So the last thing I told you was Yeti blood, correct? So when you are ready, let me know, and I will give you the rest. You're gonna
Yeah,
get
it was the fangs, the talons,
Mm-hmm.
euphoria toxin, Arcadian apple, the Batori sulfur, and the Yeti blood.
Correct.
Okay, I'm ready.
Additionally, you will need a silver needle,
Mm-hmm.
a human heart, circled 9 times with twine, and placed within an oak box. It gives you a specific design and schematic for said oak box.
Circled 9 times in twine and placed in a
Oak
Right.
box.
I spelled that wrong. Nine.
Damn it! You could have got the human heart from the guy that was eating his arm.
You'll have no shortage of opportunities to harvest a human heart.
Okay.
He's not the last human you'll ever meet. A diamond worth at least 1,000 gold.
Great. Suppose we could buy one.
If only we knew someone that had fistfuls of those.
Does it have to be 1 diamond or just an amount of diamond worth?
It has to be a single diamond worth at least 1,000 gold.
Probably could buy one somewhere. We've got a lot of party gold stashed away.
You got that?
Mm-hmm.
A pool of fresh water at least 30 feet in diameter.
Okay.
And this next part, I'm actually gonna. Actually, this is up to you, Ammo. Like the actual details of how the spell works and the ritual is to be carried out, the like step-by-step instructions. I have that. I can share that with the whole party for ease if you're planning on sharing this with them anyway, or I can send it to you first and then it'll be up to you whether you wanna. Yeah, we'll just do that.
Okay.
Because they don't need to know nothing. So, brace for paragraph.
Okay.
So, I'll give you a moment to read that, and then if you'd like, you can share that with the rest of the party verbally. kind of just give them the broad strokes of it. If that's something that you want to do, otherwise you can keep mum about it. Hey, what's up, Cap?
Okay. I've read it.
So, do you share this information with the party while you're traveling, or do you keep it to yourself?
I would probably maybe not give like all the specific details, like because it's got a lot of steps.
Sure.
But I would
Yeah, you can give them the
give
broad
them the
strokes.
basic gist of like we basically gotta do a ritual that's gotta take place like as the sun is rising near that large body of water, because all the ingredients will be like mixed in certain ways and stuff, but most importantly, we would need to find that body of water as like the place to perform said ritual.
You know that the requirements are it has to be at least 30 feet in diameter and it has to be fresh water. So it's not as simple as like, oh, the ocean will work.
Has to be some sort of lake, something.
Oh, lake, pond. I mean, 30 feet in diameter isn't really that big.
Yeah. A pond would probably suffice.
It doesn't say that it has to be any particular
Break out
depth.
the ruler.
I'm drinking Mountain Dew Voltage. Because I needed some caffeine and sugar. And I actually like the Mountain Dew Voltage. I like blue raspberry. So yeah, the rest of the group, you guys know that Seraphina has finished working out and studying the ritual, which should, if performed properly, remove her vampiric curse.
Sweet.
And the
Yeah,
party
it's good
could give a
news to
shit.
me, but
She's being cagey about it.
She's the
Mildly,
ammo bird.
anyway. Well, no.
Well,
it's
you
her
don't need to
food,
know
right?
the exact like I could read it to you guys if you want. But,
Yeah, I mean, you can, if you
like,
if you think
as
that
meta
she's, like,
info,
being-
it's just a lot of like steps.
you can roll insight to determine, you know,
I could give you
if
all
you
the
think she's
details
hiding
later.
something of importance, or if she's just kind of giving you the broad strokes to save time.
No, I'm going to go off with my half-cocked theories and assumptions.
Okay,
yeah.
that's fine. I agree, Neo Wanderer. I agree. Okay, another round of perception checks, please. Never mind. Well, Seraphina beat you. But you did get a nat 20.
Is it sight?
It is. Okay, Trip, Garrett Reeves, Seraphina, and Danderfluff, you are sure that up ahead, almost in a direct line in front of you, there is some type of structure up ahead in the distance. But you can't, like, as far as, like, details and stuff like that, it's too dark for you to see. So you're essentially just seeing, like, a shadow of what might be a small tower.
Even with drone
Basically,
vision?
like, you're picking out the spot in the sky where there should be stars and there aren't, is how you're noticing it, basically.
Can I see anything extra with Drow vision?
No, but Trip, you also notice, you don't see any animals around. Like, granted, it is nighttime, but there should be, like, voles. You know what a vole is, Trip? Trip, do you know what a vole
Yep.
The
is?
Christmas bowl.
I caught a Christmas vole.
Alright, so there should be, like, voles and owls out to catch them and crap like that. It's a forest, you know? It to some degree, wakes up at night. Very still, very quiet, no sounds or signs of animal life.
Same with bugs.
Same with bugs.
This forest, it ain't right, guys. There's nothing. No bugs, no little voles, no owls to catch the voles.
You know what a vole is?
I left it.
So what do you propose that we do about that?
We don't need anything from it, do we?
Well, if we're making lots of noise, it'll be easier for things to hear us.
Should probably just pass it.
I don't think it works like a kidney stone.
I'm very confused.
Well, you see, you have these things called kidneys, and they can produce stones which you have to pee out your urethra, and it hurts. And people use the term passing a kidney stone.
So what do we do about that thing in our way?
Go around.
Pass it?
Every little thing we investigate or involve ourselves in wastes time.
But every little thing she does is magic.
Well, how about we just walk up to it and we walk around it. If anything catches our eye, then we'll check it out. But if not, we'll just pass it like a kidney stone.
Alright,
What the
so
rest do you think? Oh, sorry, I got that.
I'm sorry,
Do
just
you
to be
think
clear,
we-
Joe, you were saying your vote was to get closer, see what it is, and then determine whether you want to circumvent or not?
Well, I mean, we should circumvent, but just as we're going around it, just look at it and, yeah.
It could be a haunted structure. Or cursed, and it's cursed the area around it.
Well, then how about we
It's unnatural and we need to take care of it. Charge!
You're unnatural. We need to take care of you.
No, I was born from a bog, thank you very much. I'm as natural as it gets.
Right, what did I say? Anyway, let's just, go around it. It looks very spooky.
Leviathan's a coward.
Or we can investigate it. I'm fine with that, too. Do the rest of you have any sort of idea?
We've got a mission. It doesn't involve this. It doesn't involve dead things hanging from ropes.
Well, it kind of seems like Nyloth here has his mind and heart set on investigating this. And when
All
I
right.
said I wanted to go around, he called me a coward, so
He's afraid of spooky ghosts.
I'm afraid of wasting our time.
Time is nothing but a waste.
I've said all I can say. I'll whatever.
Anyone else? We go or we skip?
I say we skip.
I vote go.
Let's just go check it out. It's here for a reason. Let's check it out. Tower it is. Let's go.
Gonna check it out?
Yeah,
All right.
checking it out.
I feel like we've just been baited.
You baited.
So you guys start heading towards it. And eventually, you come to a 20-foot high wall. Well, it was probably 20 foot high when it was built, but after many centuries of erosion and disrepair and overgrowth, kind of crumbly and not really. I mean, you could easily find a way through. And since if you're at the wall, Trip and Buckle can roll history. Ammo as well. Okay. Seraphina and Garrett. The type of masonry and like what small little bits of decoration remain that haven't been weathered away. This is definitely Elvish architecture.
I don't initially point that out, but I'd like to take a closer look at it.
Sure.
Are there any markings on it? You know, maybe murals? Because those pointy-ear bastards are very fond of their murals and artsy-fartsy type things.
You can make an
Or is it-
investigation check. Okay. You do find like depictions and small carvings. The one thing that stands out to you most is that every time you see a depiction of a person, an elf, it appears
No head, right? Oh, sorry.
it
go ahead.
appears that the head / face and hands have been kind of chipped away. Just
Hey, I was
struck
right.
away.
Now I will point out to the rest of the crew. This is. I don't want to lose my head or hands, or either, or both. Still worth investigating.
It could have been an elvish outpost or keep, and then the Jaga guy beat them and then blighted the area.
Also, Garrett, roll a religion. Yes, religion.
A religion. Oh boy, I am barely adequate this evening on rolls.
You can tell that there's some type of religious significance to this place, but you don't know what it is. You kind of get that general feeling of like that overtone of like the style of the drawings and the way the structure is laid out compared to where the wall is, and might be a temple.
So the significance is that it all itself is a temple that and maybe has been desecrated given the chipped hands and faces and junk.
Could be, yeah.
I would call Robiathan over and get his take, but I think he's AFK.
No worries, we can.
I'm here.
Oh no! I'm here.
What can I help you with, Mr. Reed?
I would ask his opinion on it being a religious site, and if this looked like a... Yeah, that's how I imagine Robbie looks all the time.
Oh, you called him Robbie. Oh.
I called him Robbie. And if it seems like desecration to him...
Well, let me just take a gander. Now, take a gander. Can I make a roll?
Sure. Religion. You're inclined to agree with Buckle.
Well, I completely agree with everything that you've surmised about this structure, but no additional information from my brain.
Seraphina, start poking her. Do your cleric thing. Figure out what it's for.
Do my cleric thing.
Yeah.
Anybody can roll it.
I meant
I
more
know
like
exactly
so she
what
could
it
figure
is.
out. Yeah, so she could do that.
Due to the defacement, I guess we'll say, of the carvings and stuff, you can't determine exactly what deity this temple was for, but you can tell that it was an elvish temple. And that it had a strong influence, like whatever the religion is, had a strong tie-in with nature.
Not unusual for elves, right?
Nope.
Not especially.
Do you relay that to us? Well, so what do we make of that? Do we still want to investigate this, or what?
If I had to guess, it just deepens Nylos' interest in the place, doesn't it?
Elves.
I mean, but what we know now is they're probably your ancestors, are they not?
Punk ass bitches.
I'm unfamiliar with this slang. What does punk ass bitches mean?
Doesn't
Now,
mean
hoity toity. This makes me happy. That they deserve this.
Hmm. Well, hmm.
They're nothing but rude and evil towards us Drow.
Uh,
Evil, the word that you want to use in
Evil
this
is as evil
situation?
does.
that's true for everywhere except D&D, where it's clearly outlined.
Sure.
Evil's a point of view.
Hmm.
I
I
tend
feel
to
like
agree
this
with
is
Trip.
one of those things that we're just gonna disagree on.
Yeah. So we're not investigating. We're moving on. Your call,
No
Nylos.
rolls required. As far as you guys can tell, this place is abandoned. You don't see any tracks. You don't see any signs of habitation.
Leave it up to Nyloth.
I don't know if there'd be treasure in it.
There could be. I mean, it is or at least was a temple at some point. Temples usually have things in them.
Does Seraphina need anything from an old elvish temple?
Nope.
All right.
Anything they may have had that would have been useful is probably long gone.
Then we should trot along.
What if they have a portal to that Arcadian thing?
It sounds like you still want to investigate it then.
As a player.
Well, actually, what Trip said isn't necessarily that far-fetched, because Arcadia does have a certain nature aspect to it. It's like where law meets nature.
So there just would happen to be a portal to Arcadia in just this random abandoned.
Maybe not to Arcadia, but could be to Arcadia Bay.
In 2012 or 2015.
Does it really matter? Time stuff messes up there.
Just for Max. Just for Max.
What if this is how Max got her time powers?
Those terrible powers. They're just awful. She almost ruined everything. All right,
Or
let's go.
saved everything.
Let's go look at it.
I'll start heading towards the front door. Or whatever the front entrance is.
If the front window? What do we got here? What are we looking at?
What points of ingress do we have?
The front hole
Seems to
on
be
the
a
side
very
of the
simple
building.
tower-like structure. In the very center of this walled-off area, as you move closer, you can tell that there were other structures that shared the inside of this walled area, which have either all collapsed or been removed at some point. You can't determine. And you walk up. There are two large double doors which stand open.
I check for traps
Where are you checking for traps?
in the open doorway.
Okay. You do not see any traps.
I cautiously step in.
Okay. As you step in, you realize you can walk in about another 5-10 feet, and then there is magical darkness.
There appears to be some magical shroud of demonry up ahead.
How long has it been since I used my cloak? I think it's been over a day now, right?
Sure.
When did you last use it?
I think the last time I used it was inside the Temple of Viatar.
Yeah, so it's been over a day.
Yeah. Because I don't have daylight prepared, so I pop off the horse, tell him to stay nearby, step inside, and activate my cloak, which casts daylight. And I just focus it on, let's say, my shield, so we don't have to change token lighting.
Okay. You cast daylight on your shield.
Mm-hmm.
The magical darkness persists.
Does the magical darkness understand how the daylight spell works?
It sure does.
Is your magic having performance issues, Mr. Reed? What is going on? Why isn't it working? That's eerie.
It persists despite the daylight of the cloak.
I'm gonna take just like one step into the magical darkness just to see what happens.
Nothing happens.
Okay, I'm gonna step
You
back.
can't see anything, but
Well, it's definitely legitimate magical darkness.
I'm gonna hitch the horses to something so they don't run away.
that's fine. There's plenty of options for that.
Is there any rocks around?
Plenty.
I'm gonna throw a rock into the darkness.
Okay. You throw the rock, you hear it clatter against masonry.
I cast Bork at the darkness.
Your Bork is ineffective.
Can I cast Detect Magic?
Sure.
I would like to cast Detect Magic.
Mark your
Or-
spell, the entire temple glows.
So I've just detected magical essence in the area, and this entire temple is glowing like a beacon.
That's not surprising, but it's also disconcerting.
I say we just back out and we continue on.
Yep, I agree heavily with that.
Nyloth, what are your thoughts? I think he's in agreement.
Can I try to spell magic?
Sure. Are you casting Dispel Magic?
Yes.
Okay, make a wisdom check. Suddenly, the darkness ends. And you can see a long corridor leading into the temple.
I'm almost a little bit upset that that worked.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised it worked. I wasn't trying really hard.
So, do you guys start walking in?
Yeah.
Everybody following?
Yep.
All right.
See?
To our deaths.
We're all so enthusiastic.
Let
Yeah.
me
You know,
gather
we're probably gonna get another really awesome item out of this,
tokens.
and you all are gonna be like, "Oh, I didn't want to go there."
You shut your mouth, okay?
And
Get Joey another like legendary item. Brass knuckles of diamond fist.
Yeah.
It's interesting that the spell worked and not daylight.
Yeah. Kind of curious what's going on here.
Fucking magic.
okay, please do not move your tokens just yet. And let me make sure. What's the range on daylight? 120? Yeah, that sounds right.
I will double check for you, because I actually don't know. But I think that's a long way.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I think
put my
it's
goggles
120,
back on.
60.
60.
60-foot radius.
Yeah, 60, 60, yep.
Yep. Okay.
It's a lot.
So, you walk down this long corridor. Eventually, it opens up into a central chamber with a large pit in the center of the room. Beyond that, at the very, very far end, you can see a shadowy orb just kind of hovering in place, about 3 feet in radius. So 6 feet in diameter. Pretty large orb. Just hovering at the back of the temple.
Would you like me to try firing an arrow at it?
No.
That's why I asked.
Maybe we should investigate the area a little bit more before you start shooting arrows at it.
I had no intention of firing an arrow at it. That's why I asked.
I mean, then that means you had somewhat of an intention to
It
fire
was
an
just an
arrow at it.
idea. What kind of traveling companion would I be if I didn't offer up the ideas I had? I'm sorry. It was such a bad idea. I get that now, but that's why I asked.
Just
At
throw a
least he
javelin at
asked.
it instead.
All
Here.
right. And I start getting a javelin. No, I don't have a
Right.
javelin. Never mind.
Bright side, at least this guy asked instead of just
You
doing
do
it.
have a javelin because I gave you one before.
Oh yeah, I do. I'll start getting the javelin out.
You're gonna see something change on the screen, but don't worry about it. It was just a mistake on my part.
I'm worrying about it.
Giant dragon shows up.
No, I
Disappears.
just changed the orb at the back. I put one of the tokens on the wrong layer. That's all. What you see didn't actually change. Like, what your characters are seeing didn't actually change. I was just like, why
So is
does it look different on my two different screens? It was just a DM
Is it-
goof.
Cosmic-y looking like that?
It's certainly unlike anything you've ever seen before.
So, is it like smooth or does it look like goopy, like a bubble?
Bubbles are smooth. I don't know what you're asking
Maybe
me.
not like a
I'm gonna take a few steps forward to like right about here.
Okay.
Is it emanating any kind of sound in addition to looking spoopy like a bubble?
Aside from your footsteps, you hear nothing. It is death-like silence.
I'll follow Garrett.
Is this like a? Is this flat towards the hole, or is it a couple steps up, couple steps down?
The hole is flush with the ground. So it's like maybe kind of like a half step up onto the ring that's around it.
I angle my shield down into the hole, projecting all 120 feet of light down there, trying
And I'm
to.
gonna get like behind Garrett just in case like something sucks him in. I don't know. And just getting ready to grab him.
So help me God if you push me.
That would suck.
So, leaning over this pit, shining your shield down. You can roll perception. What up, Camino? And Gesundheit.
I pushed him into the hole.
Okay, 18%. Jesus Christ!
18 must have been really good.
What the fuck? Oh, that scared the fuck out of me. Holy shit, Arctic Wolf coming in with $45.80. Holy bejesus. Let's blow up some love and chat, please, for Arctic Wolf. Coming in with a huge donation. Holy shit, thank you very much. That really, really helps me out a lot. My stars. Seriously, that means the world to me. Thank you very much. That's very, very generous. And rip Camino's dog. I'm so sorry. Camino's dog's like biting his computer now. Okay, so with your 18 perception, you see that the edges of this pit are completely smooth, like glass, but black stone. Your light shines straight down for the whole 120 feet, and then it just continues onwards into darkness.
Out of character, I want to push that orb into the hole. I'm not sure about you guys. Let's play golf with friends and get it down there.
As you... I'll say that as you get closer, the orb is floating, and you can kind of get the gist, like, you can kind of get a feel for what its material structure might be like if you were to reach out and touch it. You don't think you'd actually be, like, it doesn't seem quite tangible, if that makes any sense.
No.
It'd be like trying to push a cloud.
Ah, okay.
Out of character, I think that is one of those magical orbs, like the one we found that was like pure transmutation.
Oh, the Chaos Matrix?
Yeah.
It does not look similar. Maybe
Well,
roughly,
like, not-
but
Not like transmutate, like it could be of a different school.
could be. Rebiathan, you would... How long does Detect Magic last?
10 minutes.
Okay. I will tell you that while looking at the orb, it's like as bright as the sun to you. And
Yeah,
its
point.
hue shifts, like, almost kaleidoscopically.
So my detect magic is going all kaleidoscopy and what have you. That orb over there is the most powerfully magical thing in this whole building. I think we should go and get a closer gander onto that.
Additionally, Garrett, Danderfluff, and Rebiathan, as you walk into the main chamber, you can... Garrett, like, you've been in enough elvish temples. Like, there's enough of them around civilization, basically, that, like, you would expect there to be at least some kind of decor in here. Everything has been removed. Like, you can see places where there were maybe statues before, those are gone. All the murals on the wall have been scraped down to be flat. So you can kind of see, like, like midway between the floor and the ceiling, there would kind of be like these vast areas where it might show like a bas relief depiction of a scene. You can tell that it's been removed. Like somebody took the time and care to go through and very carefully remove basically everything from in here. Stripped everything away.
I'm gonna just start walking over towards the
Stop.
orb. Yes, sir.
You did now.
A ghostly figure appears perched at the edge of the pit. Turns to look at you, Rebiathan, with eyes as black as the void.
Well, I'm black too, so maybe it's
He
good.
opens his mouth, revealing a similar blackness within,
Yeah.
and with a faraway voice says, "What would you ask of the void?" Before you ask anything, I just want to give you some brief information. You can tell that while this image is ghostly, it depicts a large humanoid. You can tell that likely is or was a half-elf based on his features.
Friends, this guy's asking what we ask of the void.
Wait, can we not all see him? Did I miss that?
No, you can all see him.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And you guys probably all heard that too. I'm just nervously parroting it back.
I'm just gonna look over at Garrett. What do we exactly ask of Void?
I was not prepared to ask questions of anyone today, so
Void, are we allowed to be here?
You are everywhere. You are nowhere.
I'm
So-
gonna.
I've heard it differently. No matter where you go, there you are.
I turned to Danderfluff and said, "This is the kind of reason why we don't have questions for these people, because they never really give us any kind of good answer anyway."
Oh, crap.
Everyone's a bunch of fucking riddle masters.
What's that
You
thing?
simply
just point
lack
at the
the
orb?
wisdom to see.
I'm just gonna be like, what's that thing? And I point at the orb.
It is the heart of the void.
Is it supposed to be there?
I have brought it here.
What does the heart of the void do?
It waits, as I do, for the end of time.
Oh.
And when is that scheduled to be?
I think it's going to be anytime.
It has
I don't know,
already
it's a
happened.
cycle.
It is always happening.
And it will happen again.
I'm gonna try to take one step forward.
He doesn't react.
Okay, I'm gonna continue just walking around.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask
Stop.
the guy. Oh,
He says you would be wise to go no further, Dragonborn.
Fair enough, I won't take another step. And I want to take a look from here.
Okay. It seems to be like a transparent bubble, and within that is just this surging, shadowy force, kind of like just making waves against the confines of this bubble, which are holding it in place.
I'm glad I didn't fire an arrow at it.
I'm gonna ask the ghost, what's your name?
I am Koraz Null.
Could you spell that, please?
I sure can. I put it in Roll20.
No.
Stop. Pajama time.
Oh.
Aha!
Just stop right
Got
now.
all nervous.
I'm gonna back up one step.
Okay. I ask again. What would you ask of the void?
I don't think we have any more questions, Mr. Void.
You
What's
are
the right
mistaken.
answer to that question?
What would
To-
you
to
say
what
the
question?
best question we could ask is?
The one that he's asked twice.
Could you tell me where I can find the ingredients on my list? The remaining ones.
He looks at you, Seraphina, and with those inky black void eyes says, Go forth, priestess, and ask your question. And he kind of gestures to the orb behind him.
Yeah, Seraphina, you see this spot right in front of me? Don't go further than that. He doesn't like it.
She may pass.
Oh, never mind then. All right.
Eh.
A little bit jealous.
I don't know if I want to get into the space right next to it. Okay, I'll ask it where I can find the remaining ingredients for my ritual.
You must get closer, priestess.
Don't
Con
worry.
save.
If anything happens, I'll help you.
Did you say con?
Mhm.
Eh.
Okay. Roll a d4. Okay. You take 2 points of psychic damage as
Ow.
you approach, and how should I describe this? You know those weird science, what are they called? The balls of electricity where you touch the outside and the lightning comes out and hits where your finger is. Kind of like that, but it's actually coming out of the orb and striking you directly in the forehead, creating an arc, and your eyes immediately turn this same void black color. And you get this sense, even through this horrible psychic pain that's just burning into your head, something is there awaiting your question.
Okay. I ask it, where can I find the remaining ingredients for my ritual?
Give them to me one at a time, because the answer is going to be different for each one. It's not going to be as simple as like, oh, you go down to Jeff's, and he's got all your needs.
Yeah, Kroger's is having a good sale.
You head on
Where
down to
can I
Piggly Wiggly.
Some euphoria toxin. Fucking, there's a fruit fly just like flying around and it's annoying me because it keeps flying right at my face.
Your mind is filled with images of fairy creatures.
Okay, hang on. Writing some notes. Alright. And I need to find an Arcadian apple, so I'm
One second on that. Thank you very much. Intramedium for the 500 bits says Jeff Surplus Ritual Supply official sponsorship. Woohoo! My first sponsor. Go on down to Jeff's. I'm gonna write a jingle and everything. Alright, so your next question was Arcadian Apple.
Yes.
You get an image in your mind of a key in the shape of a pale dwarf. And Shadzar coming in with 690 bits. Says hashtag
Okay.
charity.
Now I also need Batori, however the hell you say it, sulfur.
Batori Sulfur.
Batori, yes.
Okay. You immediately see, like, your mind goes surging, and actually, I can give you like a really detailed description of what you see for this.
Okay.
You feel like your consciousness like plummeting downward through the planes, seeing some truly weird and horrific things along the way, though not long enough to warp your brain. And here we go. First you see a massive empty battlefield. Then great sloping mountains. Then a swamp. Then molten magma, hurricanes of hot wind. Then a frozen realm of ice. A massive mountain. Fields upon fields of maggots and swarms. And then finally you recognize the plane of your deity.
Oh.
The ninth circle of hell.
Okay. Yeti blood.
You see frozen mountaintops.
Do they look familiar?
You've never seen them before.
Poopy. Okay. A silver needle shouldn't be hard to find. And if not, we can just have one made. A diamond. Large diamond. Very large.
You see yourself and your allies in pitched combat against shadowy creatures.
Okay. And a human heart. I just want to see what it shows me.
I am going to whisper you.
Okay.
Done.
Oh. Okay.
Does that complete your questions?
Um. Hmm. guess I would ask if I can see how I get to Arcadia and Vittori. How do I get there?
You get a vision of a long, long staircase.
For
Spiral
Arcadia
like.
or Vittori?
Seem to answer both.
Spiral up or down?
Both.
Okay.
And you can actually roll Arcana on that if you want ammo. Just ammo, because none of you guys are seeing this.
Okay. You said Arcana?
Yes. Somehow seems familiar to you, but you're not able to place it. The vision of the
Okay.
staircase.
I guess that's it.
Final answer?
Yep.
I'm gonna step back with the group.
Okay.
Final answer.
The link severs and you are shoved 5 feet backwards by an unseen force.
Ow.
Not roughly, you just kind of like moved.
Does she look alright from my angle? I mean, I know she is, but
I mean, you probably wouldn't tell that she took any damage, but like she's like you saw her body like go rigid when this happened. But she didn't seem to like she's not bleeding out or anything like that.
okay. I'm going to hesitantly walk past the Noid over here
He watches you pass.
and to Serafina. Are you alright?
Mostly. That hurt my head.
Any tingling in your extremities? You can feel all your fingers and toes.
I think so.
Did you get the answers to your questions?
Sort of. It was mostly images. Not so much like, hey, you go here and do this. Because you know it can never be straightforward.
No, it never is.
Garrett can roll Arcana with disadvantage.
Okay. No, not advantage, dummy.
Yeah, you have no idea why it would be speaking via images instead of just giving worded answers, but
Magic's magic, man. Who knows why it does the things it does?
yep.
Okay. I'm going.
Mr. Coraz?
What would you ask of the void, Drow?
What's down the hole? Can I get to the Underdark down it?
He nods yes,
Oh.
and quite a bit farther.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Ninth Circle of Hellfar?
He nods.
Can I stop at the Under? Are there like different letting off points?
How does it work?
One must give oneself to the void. One must be empty.
What?
Can I talk to the void? Can I point at the orb?
What would you ask of it?
I'm gonna think really hard and see if it can hear my thoughts. I'm gonna whisper thoughts.
Okay.
I need some
You sneaky
some
bitch.
stuff from down there. The sulfur.
Secret.
And then when I'm done thinking it really hard, I'm gonna be like, "Did you
Okay.
hear it?"
You may ask your question, Druid. And he gestures to the orb. Would you like me to answer you in whispers?
I think it'd be cool for them to hear the answers without knowing the questions.
Okay, so you just want me to tell you what it is that you see?
Yeah.
You would.
Alright.
Sneaky Drow is sneaky.
To answer your first question, you see bucolic landscapes glimmering with life and beauty in their prime.
It's definitely not what I was expecting.
And to answer your second question, you see Seraphina.
Would you like to share with the class?
Nope.
Of course he would.
Also,
That's
I
why
need
he
you to make a
whispered.
con save as the void energy arcs out to make connection. Okay, roll a d4 and you take half as psychic. Minimum 1. Alright, so you take 2 psychic damage from the link.
Ow.
Anything else you'd like to ask?
Uh,
We'll go one at a time, Joey. You'll get your chance.
what are the other pieces of Kaives?
You are shown an image of what can only be Kaives himself. And you see that this mandible is actually only part of an entire mask which covers his face.
Ooh.
And to you, it's like the most beautiful thing you've ever seen. It's like, oh, look at the
Ooh,
structure of that chitin. Look at that carapace, bro. It's very insectoid looking. And he appears to be wielding a staff of rotten wood, which just swarms with insects and other creatures.
Sweet.
And a pale green cloak. By pale green, I mean it's like the color of mucus you cough up when you're sick.
Ew.
Oh,
It's really the best way I can describe that. But it's like greenish gray. I'm not really sure how else to describe it. It's that color.
Yuck.
I don't want to hog the orbs. That'll be all.
Okay? You are shoved backwards. Who's next? What would you ask of the void, Dragonborn?
I was just wondering if maybe you could heal me. I'm a little bit low on health. I'm feeling kind of less than perfect.
No.
Well, that's all I wanted to ask. Anyone else?
I have a question then.
What would you ask of the void, Godslayer?
That right there. Why am I the Godslayer?
Go forth and ask the void.
I'm going to stride up purposefully and sort of angrily, and my cloak's going to switch behind me.
Looks
Noted.
So cool.
Do I have to go even closer?
Gotta get within 5 feet and make a con save.
Roll a performance as you fall down.
Just biff on the way over. Roll a d4, you take half. It's psychic. Alright. You take 1 point.
Okay, I will let you get force in the mouth.
Okay. Link is established. What do you ask?
Why am I the Godslayer?
You see 3 images. And would you like me to give these directly to you, or would you like me to say them out loud?
You can say them out loud. I trust everyone, not the meta.
Okay. The first image is that of what can only be Leviatar, with you standing over her slain. The second image, much like the first, is you standing over a vanquished enemy. This one you recognize as Jaga. The third image is you standing victoriously with your back turned over the corpse of Tyr. And it, like, the images, like, flash before your eyes. So it's like 1, 2, 3.
I am going to be 100% honest. I actually guessed all 3 of those already. Which is a little scary, because now I know that bad shit's going to happen to Garrett. Okay, that is my only question. Does it shove me backwards?
It does. And I just need you to make an intelligence save.
Okay.
Because these images were so fast, there's one more piece of information you might have picked up.
Which I did not.
You know that in the first 2 images, the weapon that you were wielding is not the one that you have right now.
But it was in the third?
In the third, you did not see a weapon. Or at least not one that you can recall.
Okay.
It's a war, like, in the first 2 images, it's a warhammer, but it's a much improved version. I mean, just by seeing it, you can tell that it's some type of powerful weapon.
Okay. I will bump backwards into Nyloth and apologize. And then I'm immediately going to leave the temple. And I'm going to go this way because Joey's over there and I don't like that.
Oh, wow.
Why? If I see Garrett leaving, I'm gonna leave too.
Okay. I guess that leaves you, Danderfluff.
Danderfluff wants to ask a question, but doesn't have the courage to ask it. She really doesn't want to know.
This is your chance.
She's too scared to ask it.
Roll for courage.
Yeah, you could, if you want to leave it up to a die roll, you could always roll charisma.
All right, I'll do that.
Charisma save. We'll make it easy. You're probably too shook to ask.
Shook. Stay shook.
But, I mean, it appears that pretty much anything you want to ask, you'll at least get an answer to, even though it might be confusing.
She'll look around to make sure no one's watching.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody's kind of wrapped up in what their own visions at this point, mulling over what they've seen.
And she'll just look at him and, is all of my family gone?
Go forth and ask. Con save. Take half of D4 psychic damage. You take 2. And your question was, is all of your family dead?
Yes.
And just because I'm not quite sure as your DM, as far as your backstory goes, the only one I know of is Ogun, right?
Well, he was the adopted. I wrote it that my family was
Slaughtered.
Drow.
Right?
Yeah, Drow came to the town that she lived in, and she was found and taken care of by Ogden.
Wait, is Denderfluff Jinner, so...
There were no stormtroopers involved.
And did you establish any backstory for your parents? Like your biological
They
parents?
were tinkers as well. The father owned a clock shop where he made clocks.
Okay. You get a vision of your father in darkness and in chains, and working diligently on some type of construct. You know, he's dirty, thin, sweat-stained. Doesn't look great. Very gaunt, very unhealthy.
I'm gonna roll.
Obviously a
intelligence.
prisoner of some type.
I'm gonna roll intelligence to stop from, or wisdom to stop from bashing the orb. Which one should I do?
Wisdom? Looks like you're swinging, dude. I mean, 6 is a 6.
No.
Badass, man. Badass.
I'm going to, like, not really like try to punch it, but just like put my hand on the orb just to like try and grab.
Okay. Let's see. Roll a d6. Okay. You're going to take 5 points of damage as you go for, like, put your hand forward to try and, like, smack at this orb or something like that, lash out at it. And as your hand passes into it, it's almost as though you're viewing your hand through, like, a prism or a diamond or something like that. So it's kind of, like, fragmented and disjointed, or almost like seeing it in, like, a broken mirror. And then as your hand passes through it, those pieces of your hand which had been disjointed or otherwise severed, that's actually mimicked in reality now. So you roll a d100. Okay. I am going to say that you are going to lose your ring finger and pinky off of your right hand. And you take 5 points of damage from this.
I pull my hand back and start screaming in pain.
What the
Good
fuck,
berries.
Daniel?
Here.
If I hear this, I'll run back in.
I'm sure Danderfluff would be screaming after this.
Yeah, I'm down on my knees, holding my hand and screaming.
Or are
Did
we
they
able
just
to?
like disappear? Or is it there like wounds there? Is it like bloodied and, or is it just like gone?
You don't see the fingers. And there's
No, I
just like
mean,
these
like-
massive cuts in his arm and hand.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if it was just like his arm looked normal, and then when he put it through, just these fingers disappeared, like just nothing there.
No, it
like,
wasn't
just
quite something
stubs.
that's like his whole hand went in, but like I said, imagine for a second that. And thank you very much, Emptiness, for a 20-month Game Whispery sub. Let's show some love in chat, please, for Emptiness. So imagine that, like, you smashed a mirror, right? And then you held your hand up in front of it. Like, the reflection of your hand would appear, like, disjointed and warped. Imagine if the reflection was what reality became.
Well, I
and
mean,
that's
like
what you
after
saw.
that happened, I didn't know if it was like it caused his fingers to be cut off and there's like bloody dripping wounds, or if it was just like they were
Oh, yeah, there's blood.
gone.
He's definitely bleeding. Or, I'm sorry,
Okay.
she is definitely bleeding.
Okay, that's what I was like wondering
Yes.
about. If it was just like it happened and then they were just gone, or if it was just like massive cuts.
I give her 10 good berries.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go ahead and pump 5 points of lay on hands.
Just to be clear, was this? Could we hear this from outside of the temple?
Danderfluff screaming? I would say so.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I'm just right next to her. I'll be like, here's 10 good berries.
I take one of the good berries and eat one. Just
Design
I'll
for
eat 'em.
you.
just one.
Um,
You said 5?
You have
Yeah,
10.
5
5
points.
lay on hands,
okay.
10 good berries. So
Oh,
that's a total of 15 if you eat all the good berries.
I will only eat 3 of them.
Okay.
And I'll give the rest back to Nylon and just thank him.
Okay. So your wounds heal, but your fingers don't grow back. What kind of weapon do you use?
Great axe.
So that's a two-hander, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'll allow you to use that without penalty, but if you try and use a one-handed weapon in your right hand, it's going to be at disadvantage. So, like, throwing a hand axe is going to be at disadvantage, things like that. At least for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, and I'll ask what the hell happened.
I'll just be quiet. I saw something I didn't like.
She is not empty. She mustn't touch.
Well, I'll help you get up if you need help.
I'll take the help.
Okay, yeah, I'll help you up.
Yeah, you get your healing, bones knit, lacerations heal themselves. Your 2 finger stumps close
And, like,
over.
Say, do you want to leave the temple now, Danderfluff?
Yeah, let's get out of here.
All right, and I'll help Danderfluff exit the temple.
I'm gonna ask Koraz, so can you tell me how someone becomes empty and or full, or do I have to ask the orb?
What exactly is your question?
How does one become empty and or full?
He says to become empty you must become nothing, as I am.
Okay. What made you nothing?
I have visited the plateau of Leng.
What's that?
It is where all and nothing are always.
Where is it?
Beyond the void.
Of course it is. Can I ask him if he knows a place where there's like a spiral staircase that goes up and down?
You seek the endless staircase. And as he mentions it, it jogs your memory. You've heard of it before.
Yeah, haven't we been there?
I don't think so.
That was to get. Oh. I thought that's how we got to the engineer. A different staircase.
It was a spiral staircase, but it wasn't the
Oh.
endless staircase.
Okay. Good to know. Thank you.
Do you know Hadouzen?
He doesn't answer.
Run out of ideas, Trip?
Or too many?
I would stick to stuff that's really important. I have no more questions.
He just sits there, waiting patiently.
Do you know anything about Cinder Sight?
I know that it can be improved.
Were you like the archpriest of this temple before?
I am the last of the Void Priests. This place was already abandoned when I came.
Oh. What happened to the other void priest?
He kind of takes like a slow look around, like looking around the temple, but though not really looking at you guys as he moves his head back and forth. He says, "They are nearby."
I don't know if I like that answer.
If the void is everywhere and nowhere, stands to reason that they're with the void now, right?
I'm still just like tempted to go down the giant hole so I can go to the Night Circle of Hell and get my sulfur. Though that might not be a good idea.
No, I'm sure it'll just be a quick in and out trip, you know?
Oh yeah, because jumping down a dark, bottomless seeming pit never worked out terribly for anyone in D&D.
Quick surfing, let's go on a quick 20-minute trip, in and out. 25 minutes tops.
I mean, it was a pretty quick trip for, Garrett, Mickey, and Evelyn. In and out, no problem. Should be safe for you guys.
Do it. No balls. Do it.
I mean, that's not how, in my vision, how I was supposed to get to where I needed to go. Or in the images that it showed me. I've got no more questions.
I will tell you the one thing that's uniform among all your visions is you can gather that whatever it was that you asked, the reply that you got seemed to be the most direct, straightforward answer.
Okay.
Though certainly open to interpretation.
Yeah, so I don't think this is the way I'm
So it might be
supposed to
showing
go.
you the most direct means of achieving what it was you were seeking. But certainly not the only.
Yeah, jumping down a random hole in the ground doesn't really seem like a good idea.
It's usually a terrible idea.
What about the Doom Star? Do you know anything about a Doom Star?
I know that it waits, as I wait, for the end of time. By the way, if those of you who have already asked questions can think of more that you'd like to ask, you may certainly do so. There's no time limit
sure.
on this. If you guys can think of anything else, like, oh, I should ask this, you can go back and ask again.
Yeah, no, I'm good. My only question was if he could heal me, and you said no, so.
Anything else?
I got nothing.
I feel like I have something on the tip of my tongue. I can't think of it.
Do you guys want to take a short break and think about it?
Sure.
Okay.
I was gonna think of saying that, DP.
We'll take 5, and Trip, that'll give you a few minutes to think about it. Additionally, like I said before, if you guys can think of anything else that you'd like to ask either Coraznal or the Void itself, you may certainly do so. But we will be right back. Thank you guys again for coming out and watching. The bits, the donations, you guys are fucking way too good to me. The subs and resubs. Cannot tell you enough how much I appreciate it. But stick around. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. I'll put on some tunes for you guys while we are away. And we will be right back.
poverty, and all forms of human life. And yet the same revolutionary beliefs for which our forebears fought are still an issue around the globe. The belief that the rights of man come not from the generosity of the state, but from the hand of God.
I agree with Shalom Libris. That is a pretty good summation. Alright guys, we will be starting back up momentarily. Let me go ahead and check with the crew and make sure everybody's back and good to go. But again, thank you all very much for coming out to watch Divinity of Pain every Sunday night, for the most part. Barring extraneous circumstances and scheduling conflicts. We are here every Sunday night for Divinity of Pain, the ongoing D&D campaign. I will... assuming that the group stays together and nothing else happens, this campaign should bring these characters all the way to level 20, and possibly even beyond, so I'm really excited about that. This is probably my most ambitious undertaking as a Dungeon Master, so it really means a lot to me that so many of you guys appreciate it, and come back out week after week to watch and see how the story progresses. Bring shirtless solace. I'm making no promises. Yes, it's going to be a very long campaign, as the players are just now kind of getting to level 6. So it does take a while. But anyway, let me check with the gang, and I will be right back. Alright, I think they might need a few more minutes. So, anyway. Just now got into D&D for the first time ever. In the process of preparing my character for my first campaign starting this upcoming weekend. Nice. Yeah, that is definitely... I mean, in my opinion, the more people in the world play D&D, the better, so... I mean, it's really good for a lot of different things, like the social aspect of it aside. Like, you could use it to help you with math. You could use it to help you with a lot of different things. And it's a game that very much promotes teamwork and working together as a group. Not just among the party, but also with your DM. Oh, and by the way, Shadzar, don't think I didn't notice that cheeky sub, sir. I saw you snuck that sub in earlier today. Like, loaded this up, I was like, wait a minute, when did Shadzar sub? Because I've got, like, a little dashboard thing that shows, like, all the... Basically anything that goes through Streamlabs. Like, the only thing that doesn't pop up on my list is Game Wisp resubs. I saw that earlier, I was like, huh. So let's show some love in chat for Shadzar. He's been around the stream for a very long time. He's helped me with a lot of technical things in the past as well, so definitely a strong member of the community, and I really appreciate that sub, dude. Taking full advantage of the half-off sub and going for the tier 2. I like it, man. Yeah, you didn't do nothing. I see how you are. Alright, let me check with the group, and we should be good to go. Alright, I think we're good to go. We're back. Ammo knows what a bowl is. And voila! There we are. Nice, Shalom. Okay, so, Trip, did you have an opportunity to think of any other questions that you might like to ask? Either the Void Priest or the Void.
I'm gonna ask the Void. Oh, I rolled this.
Con save. Alright, roll a d4 and take all of it. So another 2 points of psychic damage. And what would you ask of the Void?
I sent you questions.
Oh,
I
jeez.
typed them up. I narrowed it down to 3.
Oh boy. Alright. You're gonna have to give me a second on those. I have to
Okay.
figure out like how I'm gonna interpret the answers to these as images. Do you want me to answer out loud or do you want me to answer in text?
Out loud's fine.
Okay.
I like it more that way. I get to tease.
To answer number 1, you see her as she was before her current state. Get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. The next one, you see 3 separate images. You see a massive dead oak tree. You see a heavily guarded vault. And I'll say you recognize the sigil on the tunics of the guards is Jaga's flag. The Imperial flag. That third one's tough to interpret as a image.
I figured that third one would be.
You see... Huh. That's really tough. God damn it, Trip. Sorry, just give me 1 second. I'm trying to think of a good way to put this into an image. That's not going to be, like, super hard to interpret.
Oh yeah, like just cast this one really obscure spell.
Um... You see yourself looking into a mirror, and your face is twisted with anger. And you also see that you are wielding a mighty glowing warhammer.
Now why would I
Interpret that
have
as
that?
you will. Interpret that as you will. Haha, joke's on you, asshole. I can be cryptic too.
I wasn't being cryptic.
No, but I appreciate, I mean, you guys have this opportunity to ask some of these really important, hard questions, and I'm impressed. Those were good questions. I mean, sure, like, some of them were kind of like follow-up questions, but the line of questioning is what I'm saying I'm impressed with. I like it.
I also tried to order it and like, what's most important to Nyla?
Right, yeah. No, that totally makes sense. Okay. A good DM never allows his party to break the game. A good DM just shapes the game to get them back on course. And just don't mess with time travel. Just don't do it.
Too late.
I know, some people have already opened that box, and that's a tough one to close, right, Joey?
Yeah, but I feel like I did a decent whack at it.
Yeah. There are certain, like, built into the 5e mechanics, like, not necessarily, like, time travel, but, like, time dilation.
Now mine was very heavy time travel.
So
It was an arc in the other campaign, Saturday one.
yeah, there's some rules that do it. I just, in my honest opinion, it just causes so many plot holes and
easy.
problems, and
Yeah.
it gets way more confusing than it needs to be. Just don't fucks with time travel. Maybe a
My
day
favorite-
here, a day there. You know, I think it's like when you're going into or leaving the Feywild is the example that I'm thinking of. It would be in the Dungeon Master's Guide. It's one of the planes does it. I'm pretty sure it's the Feywild. But neither here nor there. Does this complete the questioning of the void?
Whose Warhammer is that?
Are you asking?
Yeah.
You see an image of a large human, like very powerful, like strong, well-built human. Obviously a king. Long white beard.
Okay. I exit the void thing.
Okay. Seraphina, I see you're still lingering.
She's just contemplating,
Just looking in
looking
that
down the
hole.
hole. Like, I know I shouldn't, but I'm still tempted.
You
You can't
I'll
go
let you
down
make
the
an
hole.
I'll let you make an intelligence save.
To not just jump into the void.
Well, it's not exactly.
Rolls a 1. See ya.
That's actually really good, considering you only have a +1 bonus to your intelligence. So you rolled a 19 on the die. That's pretty good. It strikes you that as far as the sulfur goes, you could probably just ask for it, given who your patron deity is. I
I suppose
mean,
that's true.
it's like really like the most simple way of going about it, right? I mean, if there's anybody who'd have the ability to bring you some, it would be Asmodeus. Though the Arcadian apple, you're kind of on your own there. The hole might bring you to Arcadia, might not.
I don't know if it's a
I
good
think
idea
it's
to risk
time
it.
we go rejoin the others.
As you see her like contemplating suicide. Cannonball!
One way or another, it helps cure your vampirism.
I mean, you're not wrong.
I don't know if death is technically a cure.
Yeah, it is.
Technically,
That's
it is a
kinda what-
cure.
I mean,
You're
I'm already
technically
sort
not
of
a
dead.
vampire.
You're undead.
Doesn't that mean I had to be dead at one point? Become undead?
Maybe at one point, but you're now no longer dead. You're undead.
Serafina, let's go. Step back from that ledge, my friend.
Won't you?
We need to go get you some Yeti blood.
Yeah.
Alright. As you guys leave the room, the ghostly image of the half-elf man behind you slowly fades from view. It leaves you in silence. Okay, so you guys walk out of the temple. And what do now?
Continue on.
Mount up, offer a hand down to Danderfluff.
Smart ass.
I said hand, not fingers. I don't got fingers for you.
Garrett, do you know of a giant human with a long white beard?
No.
Trip. Make an intelligence save. I will whisper to you. Get what I'm saying?
Yeah, Garrett, you have his cloak. The tall human with the long white beard.
Oh.
And I had his hammer.
When did you have Omnibus's hammer?
I asked how do I kill Jaga? Or if he has a weakness.
The hammer of Omnibus is his weakness?
Apparently.
Garrett will remember that because he recalls not using his own hammer.
Whose hammer is this?
It's not my hammer.
Never
Is
brought
it
a
your hammer?
Never brought a chair in my life.
It seems like a puzzle perhaps for another day.
We could go ask it where the hammer is.
If you want to go back in there, that's on you.
I'm ready to.
Kinda hurts. I think it's someone else's turn. And then I eat 4 of the good berries that Dandruff left in me.
Just absentmindedly, like, hurts in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll start.
You guys can go back in if you want. I'm not gonna stop you.
Garrett is in no way interested in returning into there.
Nope, me neither.
It didn't seem evil or good. Seemed very neutral.
You guys all asked questions of the void, correct? You all interacted with it?
Yeah,
Yes.
I only asked if it could heal me, but yeah.
It's not really disturbing or painful, but you kind of feel a little bit outside of yourselves. You know when you've been like awake for a really long time and you kind of get that like almost like out of body type feeling? That's kind of how you guys feel. You don't like necessarily physically feel tired, but you've really got that like muzzy headed feeling, I guess would be a good way of describing it. Just a little bit off. But besides that, I mean, in the pain of having this alien tap, consciousness or whatever it was, make a connection with your brain.
I don't know
It's
if it
certainly
really had a
not
connection
pleasant,
with my
but
brain, but
it's not the worst pain you've ever had.
still have no interest.
All right, well, you guys are free to continue if you'd like. Is that the vote? Going once, going twice. On the road again. I'm not gonna switch maps. Don't really need to, because this is all like most of the travel stuff is gonna be just theater of the mind. So, continuing to the northwest. All right, ammo. Roll a d20. And a survival from Ewok, please. Advantage, because you have your supervision.
Garrett, do you think we should hunt down that hammer?
Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to RP any conversations you want to have while you're traveling, I'll just say that your traveling goes uninterrupted. After a while, say about a mile, 2 miles beyond the temple, Trip, you would kind of automatically notice you start seeing more and more signs of animal life. It just seems, for whatever reason, animals just shy away from the place, which, after your experience, you can kind of get.
Yeah.
Because animals
it's
are like,
spooky.
alien shit, run away! You know, makes sense. But the rest of your travels for that evening go smoothly and without any interactions or altercations or anything of the sort.
I had to guess. I think that we needn't try to find the hammer. But I can't say for sure. Snyla's just giving me that same look.
Also, if you see a giant rotting tree, that's important.
What kind of tree?
Rotted. Oh, oak.
There you go.
Rotting oak tree. In case, like, you know, I don't see it for some reason.
And we're talking like massive, like the tree in Game of Thrones where the three-eyed raven lived. So it's like, it definitely stands out. Like, Trip, you're sure you would know it if you saw it.
Okay.
Like, it's definitely a rare specimen as far as its size goes. And then on top of that, it's rotted, yet somehow still standing.
Is Kai Vest the character? When I was making Nyloth, you said no, you can't use that name. It's too close to something else. Is that Kai Vest?
I don't remember what name it was that you asked to use.
I don't either. I think it was
might have
close to it.
been. I don't know. Could have been.
It's been so long, I don't remember the original name.
And also, Ammo, you could feel free to ask your party about where, you know, you can bounce ideas off them as far as like, hey, do you guys know where this staircase is? Or what y'all know about Arcadia? That type of stuff, if you want. I mean, good. Like, you don't necessarily have to rely on your own character's knowledge. It's just, well, what are you willing to share?
I could ask them if they know of the endless staircase, where it might be.
You can make Arcana checks.
I remember, like, out of character, I remember there was a very long staircase somewhere.
It was in the Tower of Primus.
Oh, okay.
But that was not... Trip made the same correlation. That was not the endless staircase. The endless staircase is, in fact, endless. Okay. The Paladin's got some good information. Let me see what I can give you for that. I'm not sure if it tells me at the beginning or at the end, but we'll figure that out. Okay, so I think it puts them at the end. Okay. I know it's in the Dungeon Master's Guide somewhere. Why didn't you tell me this? It is at the beginning. Hold on. Okay, planar travel, so it should be under here. Alright, well, I can tell the paladins for sure that you would be able to access the endless staircase from Sigil. Where, Garrett, you have actually been.
Mm-hmm. Which is why I would pipe up and mention that, because I thought that we had heard something about the endless staircase when we were in Sigil. Albeit very briefly.
Aside from that, you just know that there's doors. Like, there could be a door somewhere nearby, there could be a door 1,000 miles away, and you just walk through it, and then you're in the endless staircase. But you guys also know that the endless staircase, it connects all the planes, thus its endless nature. And once you're in the staircase, the doors from inside the staircase, you can kind of tell which plane they lead to based on depictions on the doors and stuff like that.
This one's made of magma.
So, as far as specific locations to where to enter the endless staircase, the only one that you know of for sure is in Sigil.
Which we could go back there at some point. I wouldn't mind seeing how the inhabitants of the Dire Swallow are getting along.
And also, additionally, you know that the endless staircase is not the only means of planar travel. You know that there's high-level spells that can send you to other planes. You could always roll the dice and do the bag of holding inside a bag of holding gag, and maybe you'll end up where you want to end up, but that's a roll of the die. The Well of Many Worlds would certainly be able to send you there. That being the artifact you retrieved for the Archwizard from the Tower of Primus. Remember that? The black handkerchief? So the Archwizard would almost certainly be able to help you if you were able to get in contact with him.
Last we saw, the Archwizard was actually at the Dire Swallow as well.
Mm-hmm.
And he was unconscious.
Correct.
Do you think they're okay?
Seemed like an odd situation they had anyway, so...
They might have made a good amount of money. I gave them some really expensive mushrooms, especially if they cultivated them.
Do you fuck with Dewar?
Nyla doesn't know about that.
I mean... Maybe they made mushroom wine, or I don't know how to run a bar.
No,
Or
but
like a nice savory stew. Yum, 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 yum. So yeah, anything that you guys want to like maybe investigate is the wrong word, but kind of like mull over as a group, feel free to do that now. As far as like the visions that you saw, anything that you want to share that maybe you want to get the rest of the group's insight on. Like I said, like this is part of the good thing about having a party. Everybody's kind of good at their own thing, right? So
I would like to ask the group, I would say, would someone mind riding Clementine for me so I can take a quick nap in the back of the carriage? Oh shit, we don't have a carriage. Fuck. Never mind. I'm just kind of tired and not feeling too good. Damn, I said that and remembered we didn't have a carriage. My bad.
It's almost daybreak. We could probably make camp soon.
Yeah, because all I've had, I had a good berry and that, got my health up a little bit, but I still took quite a thwacking from that giant fight.
It'll put hair on your chest.
Add a character. Didn't you use lay on hands on Danderfluff?
Yeah.
Am I missing something as to why you don't heal yourself with lay on hands?
Because I'm pretty sure I used the rest of my lay on hands during the giant fight.
I mean, you're pretty sure.
And
I hit him a few times.
yeah,
I just wasn't sure if there was something I was missing RP-wise before
I mean,
I
that's-
walk up.
yeah,
I don't
the most
remember
I'd be able to
exactly,
do
but
is,
that's
like,
certainly plausible because even if I only hit him once or twice, that thing hit hard.
Sure.
yeah.
I think
And
it
the
was
most
like
I'd be comfortable
3d8
using
plus
it-
something was the damage, so yeah. I was hitting him for like 20 a pop.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, you guys can tell me that you're making camp at any time. I'm assuming that's going to be the last thing that you do. Like, this is your opportunity while traveling to kind of talk amongst yourselves if you would like to. Since you're not going to have to worry about being interrupted.
I'm happily trotting along.
I angle my horse over to Clementine, and I don't even really say anything, just boom, drops a very meager, shitty amount of level 2 healing into you, because that's how I roll.
Double up,
Yeah.
very nice.
But it's friendship magic.
Well,
Yeah.
let's
It
not get
heals for
crazy.
twice.
Alright.
I'll kind of like lean into his touch.
What about
Yeah.
you, Danderfluff? How you doing?
Yeah, I was gonna go over to Danderfluff and be like, "Want to talk about it, buddy?"
Not right now. I need to think. I would. Do you think what we saw in that was true?
Could be. It could also be like one of those like half-answered things, like, "How do you go to this place?" And then you like, "Go up to go down." And it's like, that don't make sense. Come on, bro.
I saw my dad in the vision.
Was he alright?
No,
Was he alive?
you could say that.
Do you describe the vision to him?
What I'm saying is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Like, I saw him working on something, but he was like really frail and really skinny, like kind of like a slave.
Well, that means we could find him and free him.
I have no idea where to look.
We could go back and ask the orb.
I don't
Spend
think the
several
orb
hours
likes me.
backtracking.
Yep. I also an old elf and is like, what's time?
Trip, I'll let me. Trip, make a history roll with disadvantage. Just based on the limited amount of information that he gave you, the first thing that comes to your mind is like, well, Drow take slaves. It's kind of one of the things that they're known for.
He might be in the Underdark.
I mean, no offense, but I really don't want to talk about it with you.
Ooh. Sizzling.
Would you like some aloe?
Maybe some vitamin E.
Someone just
I'm not meaning it to be an asshole. He's just a drow. I don't want to ask him.
Skin graft, perhaps.
Right? Nyla just moves away.
Cold. You're as cold as ice.
I like foreigner.
Okay. Anything else you guys want to discuss before making camp? Okay. By the way, at what point do you guys have to like redo your find steed?
Never?
Yeah, we don't.
It just persists until you dismiss it?
Correct.
Oh, that's
Or
pretty
if it
neat.
drops to 0 HP.
Yeah.
Oh, right on. Okay, cool. Your steeds are also semi-intelligent, right? Like they have an intelligence of what, 6?
Yep.
If it has an intelligence of 5 or less when we pick it, it automatically goes to 6. Otherwise, it has whatever intelligence it has.
Okay. I'm just gonna say that they're 6.
Yeah, and it gains the ability to understand one language of your choice that you speak.
Oh, okay.
And for me, I choose Draconic.
Mine's Elven.
Okay. So make sure you note that, because that's the only language that your steed knows.
Yep. Only language it needs to know.
All right. So, you guys make camp. I'll assume that you guys are going to go about doing about your mundane things. Go ahead and mark a water skin and at least 1 ration.
You calling us fat?
I'm going to treat myself to 2 rations tonight.
It's been a long day.
Yeah, I deserve it.
Sounds good. And ammo, if you're not willing to feed from among the party, there's woodland critters you can slake your thirst on.
I still have a couple water skins of blood left.
Okay. You need at least 1 water skin per day.
Alright. I've still got 3 left.
Alright.
I asked her to grab a woodland critter for my twig blight Torg.
I mean, I could try.
Like a vole. Could you catch a vole?
Maybe.
Roll survival.
I'm not Snow White here. I can just go out into the forest and they just flock around me.
Yeah, but you're a vampire. Fucking apex predator. You don't manage to catch a vole, but you do manage to catch a mouse.
Here, have a mouse.
I'm just like, Torg, come out. I don't know where he is.
Oh yeah, it just,
just, like,
leaps
comes
out
out.
of you and bites into its neck and drinks its blood. Little squeak, and then nothing.
Fucking sick.
Torg is adorable.
Sounds like a fucking smoke to me.
Well, maybe we could one day have like Torg fight a vole and pretend it's like the big giant monsters in it. Like we can make a little city. Like if we ever get to snow, we can make a little snow town and have them act like they're big monsters fighting each other.
That actually does sound pretty cool.
Okay. So, how are you guys gonna rest? You gonna establish a watch order any way you like? Additionally,
I'll
I
be
think your
first.
steeds can watch for you with an intelligence of 6, though. So,
I'm gonna watch. I'll take up the first watch.
okay.
And then, because that'll be 4 hours, and then I can just watch the rest.
So me and then just you.
Yeah.
That would work.
Elf things.
All right. So, who's taking the first watch? Everybody else resting? Okay. Joey, roll a d20. And a perception check. You just hear normal woodland at night sounds. Maybe a twig snap here, a distant rustle in some brush there.
Who snores the loudest out of the group?
Danderfluff.
Okay, I'll just note that for myself. And then I'll go wake up Nyloth at the end of my watch.
Okay.
When he like wakes me up, I open my like insect eye.
Ooh.
And have it like. Does it have eyelid?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
you still got your eyelid.
Like I didn't know if it was just like, because insects don't really have eyelids. Do some?
It feels weird to you. I mean, it's like if you've never worn contacts before and you start wearing contacts, you can feel them. Like when you blink. But you're kind of getting used to it now.
Okay. Anything strange?
No, it was just the sound of the forest critters. Nothing, nothing exciting or strange.
They didn't say anything to you?
Nope.
Oh.
I'm
The
gonna go
wind.
rest now. I'm gonna
Trees
lay
didn't
my...
say anything?
Nope. I'm just gonna lay my head down. Good night. Have a good watch.
Oh, okay. Then I'm gonna go over and like watch over Seraphina. Like I'm watching, but like right next to her.
Ooh, get a room.
I'm gonna sit on her chest like a cat does while they wait for their human to wake up. And since she's like a vampire, she can't feel it because they sleep like they're dead.
Yeah,
I'm
she doesn't
protecting
move.
her.
It would be impossible for me to snore because I also don't breathe.
Well, you don't have to breathe. You can if you choose to.
I choose not to breathe. Because it's creepier that way.
Well, you also don't get the benefit of being able to smell anything either then, so...
Or taste anything really.
Oh, she can still taste blood.
Yeah.
She can taste it
blood.
in the air like a shark. Sharks taste bloody air all the time. Shark Week, dude. Educate yourself.
Bloody water.
Air too, though. They get air sometimes.
Can they smell it in the air?
I don't see why not.
I think it would be
Air's got
not as
water in it.
potent.
I mean, if Phil Collins can, they can.
Yeah.
I was singing it.
But yeah, I'll keep watch, but like extra protective over Seraphina like a cat.
Okay. Roll a d20. And a perception.
Is it sight or listening?
Just roll a regular perception.
Okay.
Okay. Much as Rebiathan described, you just see and hear the normal movements and sounds of a forest at night.
Okay. Do any bugs try talking to me while no one else is awake?
I mean, you don't readily see any bugs. You'd kind of have to go looking for them.
Okay. I didn't know if they'd be like a mosquito trying to like get the top of Garrett's nose or something. Just being like, while it's like drinking.
No, I'm assuming that you guys have a fire lit, so that's gonna kind of cut down on any bugs that are around.
Okay.
Because I either don't go near it or they fly into it and die. So I mean, if you wanted to look for bugs, you certainly could, but they don't just like come up to you like, "Hey!"
I'm not gonna look for bugs.
Okay. Your watch has concluded uneventfully. Everybody is now awake, full hit points, full class stuff. If you would like to switch out spells that you have prepared, you may do so now. So just let me know if you're switching anything out.
I'm gonna stick with what I have.
Yeah, same.
Same.
Ammo, make a religion roll. I don't want to type this out because it'll take too long. Can I just have everybody else, like, headsets off for a second? Emma will give you a thumbs up when it's good to go.
Yeah, hold on. Let me turn down the VC volume.
Alright, you ready, Emma? Okay. So you remember the visions that you had a while ago of the Towers of Agony? Those large conical towers with people just strapped to them suffering, slowly getting torn apart. You see one of these towers, and the very top of it begins to open up with a blinding white light inside, and you see a figure stepping out of it. Wings unfurl, and then your vision ends. And
So
that
was it
during
actually the Towers of Agony, or it just looked like them?
it may not specifically be the same one that you've seen before, but it's definitely a Tower of Agony. I mean, it's conceptually the same. Might not be exact, but it's a Tower of Agony, and you know that there's more than one.
Okay. So I'm assuming I can only see like a black silhouette of
Right.
the figure.
Because the
As it steps
blinding
out.
white light behind them, yeah.
And you said it had wings. Can I
Correct.
sort of tell what kind of like wings they are? Bat wings,
Bird-like wings.
Okay. So bird-like wings. And the only other question is, are the wings like whole looking, or are they like battered and decrepit looking, or
I'll let you
Like-
roll a d20 on that one.
because I don't
see
know
if-
if it looks like, does this person look like they're in a good condition, or like they're beat to hell, they have like feathers missing and holes and
Let me roll something for this real quick.
okay.
So 4 is Definitely not whole, but you're not able to discern more detail than that. Definitely missing some bits.
Okay. Okay, very, very last question. Like, can I tell how big this figure is? Is it really big, or is it like average human size?
Well, you've got other humans there for scale. You would say probably a bit taller than an average human, but human size. So, like, if you were looking at size category, it would be medium.
Alright, so just like a tallish human, like 6.5 feet, something.
Right.
Taller, but not like
Tall
10 feet tall.
and thin. Gaunt, you might even say.
Okay, I think that's probably all of my questions then.
Okay. Go ahead and give them a thumbs up.
We good? We
Yep.
Gucci?
We're good.
Nice.
All good.
So you can keep as much of that as you like to yourself, or you can share it among the party. That's totally up to you.
I have no idea what it means, so I'll probably keep it to myself for now.
Okie dokie. Well, I'll wake up and eat my breakfast ration.
Have a bit of brekkie.
Yeah, have a little bit of brekkie. I'm gonna try my best to imagine that it's like a freshly buttered biscuit as I'm biting into this hard jerky.
Roll a d20 for imagination. You're delighted with how well you're able to fool yourself.
Nice. I will just stay in my mind.
Do you have inspiration?
Nope.
You do now. Power of positive thinking, babe.
Story of my life.
Okay, so you guys set back out. Now
Yeah.
early evening.
Do we need to?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. All right, go ahead.
I'll ask how everybody's sleep was.
Very quiet.
Everybody rested well. Did anybody have any nightmares or anything like that?
The part of the vision from the orb kind of haunted me. Showed me this lush forest,
Sounds absolutely abysmal.
very lively and sunny, and
Ooh.
I don't know how such a nasty guy is from there.
The
I
world
had some
is
bad dreams about a clown driving a taxi. That was pretty bad.
What the fuck? You think this is some kind of joke? The fuck?
Leviathan gets possessed for a second.
Boy looking at me like I'm some sort of fucking clown.
I literally had to defend you to like 6 people last night, by the way.
I know, dude. I saw people posting in the Discord like, "Someone kill the clown, please." And I was like, "What?"
After stream, I got a story for you about my most recent character I've been playing.
What?
People on that server are kind of dicks. Just throwing it out there. Not all of them, just a select few.
All right, so what are you guys doing?
Keep on keeping on.
All right, Ewok, roll your survival with advantage. We'll have Trip roll a d20. Trip, roll me a d4. That's interesting. Okay, and we can do perception checks from everyone.
Is it sight?
This is hearing. Okay. Garrett and Trip can both make nature rolls with advantage. Okay. You both realize that somewhere up ahead of you in the distance is a large flock of buzzards or vultures. You recognize their kind of like sickly shrieking sound that they make.
Usually that means they've spotted a dead thing to eat.
Or dying.
Unless one
It
of
is
you
the
want-
way. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, you can go.
Unless one of you is interested in eating a carcass, maybe we can avoid the sights of kills. The blood
It
may
is the
attract-
way of things.
Sure, but there are predators here, and many of them seem to be drawn by blood. And I try not to look in Seraphina's direction.
Like, puts his hand up on the side that she's on, like, turns away.
Ah, shit, I'm winking with the wrong eye again.
God damn it. Alright. So are you trying to circumvent?
Yeah, I'm not about to walk right through their dinner. I mean, that just seems rude.
I kind of want to know what they're eating, though.
Of course you do. You fucking sick weirdo.
He just wants to learn vulture form.
Jeez.
The form of a vulture.
I mean, Vulture was pretty fucking cool in Spider-Man. Just saying.
Instead,
He
he gets
was
it
really
confused
cool.
and turns into Voltron.
Well, I think vultures have a pretty good fly speed. Should be 60. Wouldn't be bad as a wild shape, I wouldn't think. In fact, no, I'm not going to tell you that because that's meta. Not going to tell you how to play your character. I just thought of something really cool is all. Maybe I'll share it with you guys at the end if you remind me.
If it's just if we check it out and it's just like, oh, a dead giant deer, we should leave it be, because that's the way of things.
So maybe get a closer look and then decide if you want to skirt around it or not.
Yeah.
I can sneak up on it and try and get a peek.
What if we have Garrett throw you up really high, like a little baby, then catch you and see if you see it?
I mean, I don't.
DM thinks it's a great idea.
Nyloth, come here. Other face, turn around. Other side.
Mm-hmm.
I respect Garrett a lot, but I don't have faith that he'll catch me.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
I could try and
Oh, I
catch
don't
you
know.
too.
What do you want to do
We
today?
could hold a cloth under you.
Like a blanket. Yeah, if you hold a blanket out.
Like a
I'll be more-
trampoline.
Yeah, we can have Seraphina and me hold, like, we have Garrett throw you, then he moves and we move out under you with the blanket.
But
And
we're
catch
getting
you.
close to other dwarves, and they won't approve of tossing me.
Well, do you know of any other flying dwarves? That's a thing you could tell them.
Let's do it.
What is this now? Intramedium coming in with a tier 3 sub. Holy shit! Thank you so much! You guys are being so fucking incredible with the subs and donations and bits and everything. I'm gonna start getting verklempt. I'm about to get Spilkis in my Genectigazoinked.
Okay, bro.
I need a moment. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll give you a topic. Are you guys walking and
When did you
talking while
turn,
you're
like,
doing this, or have you stopped?
How did that
Before
make you
proceeding.
like Jewish?
I would keep my horse moving.
Okay. Talk amongst yourselves.
Daniel
No
Fluff said
no
we could
worries.
do the
I
throwing
appreciate it,
thing.
Intermedium. That's very, very generous of you. Seriously, thank you very much. That's a huge help to me. And is one of few to get the anti-kappa emote. Paywall! No, I'm just kidding. I wish I didn't have to paywall my emotes. Someday, soon, TM. But honestly, like, if the subs keep up like this, I'll definitely be applying for partnership again soon. And being like, but Twitch, look at how I earn dough. I got real moxie for an individual my size.
Blue, you stink tonight.
Maybe I'll actually put that in my application. Tremendous moxie for his size. Put it in quotes. This is my mom. Put a referral from my mom.
Do we want to do the throwing Danderfluff up in the air and catching her with a blanket?
I mean, I think it's a tremendous idea.
I feel
I
like.
think it's funny.
Are you suggesting this idea to the entire group?
Danderfluff already said let's do it. We just need Garrett to throw her in the air.
Are you sure that's something that you want to do, Danderfluff? You don't strike me as the type of person that likes being thrown around.
I've been thrown around like 6 times already.
I've thrown Danderfluff straight into giants before.
Yeah.
Or the druid. What was his name? Gnarlhelm.
Well, who am I to interpose? It sounds like a fun idea to me.
It helps and it's a bit of fun.
You want me to throw you? Or do you want Mr. Reeves?
What if you both throw her?
Why not both?
So to
You
be
two
clear,
throw and then move out, and Seraphy and I will be like, whoa, whoa, and catch her with the blanket.
so we're throwing you into the air.
Yes.
The goal of which is to be higher than the trees?
I've not thought it that far.
Why exactly are we throwing you? Into
How much do you weigh, Danderfluff?
Shit, not that much at all. 62 pounds.
Oh shit, that's nothing. Dude, if, like, even say you just had the 2 paladins, like, stand on either side and do the thing with the sheet and, like, launch you up into the air, you should be able to get above the trees. Pretty
The
easily.
goal is to see if, from a far enough away height, to see what's eating the thing or what it's eating. What's being eaten?
All right, well, let's do it before it gets fully devoured. And I'll get into, launching position.
Yeah, I guess I'll swing down off the horse and do one of these motions, here, like that, like.
It's 1, 2,
I
3.
mean, I'm not that strong. Actually, I think it'd be better if the two of you threw me, but I'm not volunteering.
I'm pretty strong. I'm pretty big.
Yeah, it kind
Okay.
of sucks that
Everyone's-
Scruffles isn't here, and, like, so now Danderfluff gets the default, who do we throw?
I missed bouncing Chip off my shield and, like, having her do him do crazy shit into combat. The fastball special of a
You
year
guys could
ago.
have gotten into some crazy Winter Soldier shit, passing the shield back and forth. And Neo Wanderer coming through with a sub. Nice! I honestly was not expecting to get this many subs this month. I mean, I know they're half off. I expected to get maybe a few more than normal, but like seriously, the support, holy shit, guys. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm gonna call my mom tomorrow. You guys watch. I'm like, ma'am! There's people
made it,
subscribing
Mom.
to me! They support my dreams! I don't know why! But seriously, thank you guys. That really, really means a lot.
I like to mix it up with my heart emojis.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm thinking someday, like, once it's all said and done, I might release this as a campaign setting. Like, put it all together, get some artwork done, make a thing out of it. I mean, I've already got, like, over 50 pages of notes. Should I have, like, 25 pages of notes just on shit you guys haven't even seen yet?
So paladins throw Danderfuff, Seraphina, and I catcher.
I'll be ready to like help catch if need be, if it goes like off kilter or something.
Okay, so what I need you guys to do is describe to me exactly how you're going to do this. Spare no detail.
Okay, so Garrett Reeves and I will like get kind of kneeling down to the ground with our hands kind of cupped like this.
Mhm.
Vanderfluff will put a foot in each hand, kind of like rest a hand on her shoulder to like steady herself, and then we just do like 1, 2, 3, and just like spring up in the air and just launch Vanderfluff as high as we can in the air.
Okay.
And then while she's in
sounds
there,
fun.
they move, and Seraphina and I move into the blanket to catch her.
So,
Like, fire, like people jumping out of a
hold
burning
on.
building.
I gotta
in the 20s.
interrupt you real quick, Trip, just so So, essentially, Joey and Buckle, you guys are gonna be like locking hands, sort of, to provide the platform from which she's gonna jump.
Yeah, one under each foot, I assume. Right?
I'm picturing like cheerleader style, like the flyers getting flung into the air.
Yeah.
like we each have one of Vanderfluff's feet in our.
Well, here's the problem with that. If one of you throws harder than the other, then Danderfluff goes cartwheeling through the air. You're gonna want to lock your hands and do it in conjunction.
That is very true. But
I used to know a few cheerleaders, if you know what I mean. They took pity on me. It was glorious.
that's the best idea I got.
Yeah,
And then we
need,
just
we need
catch
some
her.
Dick shirts. We definitely need Give Dick a Chance.
Catch her like the 1920s people jumping out of a burning building with a blanket.
Sure.
You know how in
We're just
cartoons-
gonna hope for the best and hope that we don't throw terribly off balance.
Alright, so once you guys are ready, just tell me and I'll tell you what to roll.
We're ready.
Ewok,
I'm ready.
Trip and Ammo.
Ready.
Everybody knows what they're doing? Okay. So first things first, we're going to do athletics rolls from both Buckle and Joey. Now, I also need an athletics roll from Ewok, because I'm assuming you're kind of jumping along with them throwing you. Okay, so let's... And how much do you weigh?
62.
Oh, jeez. All right, so
Throw her
you
into the
end up.
stratosphere.
You definitely get higher than the treetops. You get about 40 feet in the air.
We didn't know our own strength. So
You
the
just
minute we let go,
launch.
And I kind of
Well,
like
it was
reach out
it was
for
a combined
high
effort.
five.
Like she's jumping off of you as you're raising her, and all that combined force is just.
We're so impressed. We just don't catch her.
Get ready. Get
I'm
ready.
just kidding.
Also, you guys all rolled like within a few digits of each other on the athletics, so I'm gonna say that grants you some stability, and you basically just like straight up, and you kind of have that moment of hang time, and that's where we'll do your perception check. So roll perception with advantage.
Flawless.
Okay. You know that they're definitely buzzards or vultures, the specific species you've never seen, but they're definitely of that type. They appear to be circling above a small stone bridge, which spans over a small creek. You can see that there's kind of like a bit of an overgrown hunting trail leading up to the bridge and then continues beyond that. It's going in the direction that you're going. So you might actually be able to shave some time off if you follow that trail. Because obviously you don't have to like bushwhack your way around trees and overgrowth and stuff like that. Now comes the hard part. So Trip and Ammo, how are you catching?
I'd like to make a note,
descending-
though, when I'm landing, I want to say, Eagle!
Followed by every bone in my body's broken.
We're doing like fireman style, like tarp, blanket, whatever, like stretched as taut as we can hold it to catch her on it.
Okay. Ewok, you don't need to roll anything because you, like I said, very stable jump. You went straight up. You're going to come straight down. So Trip and Ammo, I just need the two of you to make strength saves.
Okay.
Noted. Alright, so Danderfluff, you're going to take 8 points of damage from the fall.
We didn't hold
As-
it taut enough. Your butt hits the ground.
You basically, like, or you might have held it too taut, right? And the impact just ripped it out of your grasp.
Oops.
So they
Sorry.
had the right idea, they just weren't strong enough to pull it off. And you land hard on the ground.
It's like, oh!
Like you might, I'd say you probably get like your heels underneath you before you fall, which kind of breaks the fall a little bit. Like you kind of hit heels first, so like the knees kind of absorb
Ooh.
some of the impact, and then you rock
Them shins
backwards
are
and
gonna
fall
be
on your
hurting.
back. Yeah, it definitely was not a pleasant experience. I mean, the whole flight was pretty good. It's just the landing that sucked.
I'll kind of look a little bit full of myself, you know, a little bit. Like, yeah, we did good.
Danderfluff, you were great. You looked like an eagle.
I'm just laying there like this.
I wish I could. I can't even fly yet, and I can turn into an eagle.
So it's like anime fall where you're like on your chin and your legs are like over your head.
Sweat drops going from my forehead. And just like, so, Al, I saw vultures.
I'm sorry, one more thing. I'm gonna whisper something to you before you describe this. Because you did perceive something else, but I don't want to tell anybody else.
Ooh.
I like secrets.
So many secrets today.
They're not even that big a deal, secrets. It's just fun.
Yeah, sure they
I
are.
like making Joey squirm.
Not making
I
me
mean,
squirm.
yours might not be important.
Not making me squirm.
Sent on VC.
Then I would probably not be so. I would try to get up to my feet as fast as possible. And there's a bridge, and I saw vultures, but we need to get over there because I think I heard a girl.
And I'll hop on to Clementine and gallop in that direction.
Do you tally ho?
I tally ho like a moth.
Tally ho!
So you and Clementine are just now snorkeling off
Yeah.
toward.
Yeah.
We're in a land where the enemy knows where we are and knows how to bait us. And I hop up on the horse and pull Danderfluff up behind me. I guess tally ho then, shall we?
Clop, 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 clop.
Tally ho.
Trip and ammo, do you follow? Alright, cool. New map hype. Let me make sure I get all the tokens, and this is just going to take me a moment to set up.
Learned another use of the word.
Played Cards Against Humanity yesterday, and Clop cards kept coming up, and I was like, "What the fuck? This makes no sense. Why would they just do a horse?" And then I googled it, and it's like, "Oh, that does make sense."
What a world we live in.
If there was any innocence left in me.
Alright, I
It
guess
left.
that's probably
gone.
close enough. Yeah, alright.
I kind of want to ask now, because I don't.
Just look it up on your own.
Why the word clop is in Cards Against Humanity?
I'm gonna clop my way on over.
Time to head on over to Urban Dictionary.
Hold on 1 second, I'm just trying to get it centered on my screen. There we go. Okay, so as you approach, a few things are obvious. You can see what appears to be an oft-used campsite, maybe just used by the hunters that use this trail. It's kind of a logical stopping point. It's close to water, etc., etc. It doesn't look like it's been used recently.
I'm gonna start say, now where did you
Wait.
see that girl at Danderfluff?
Sorry, I had a few more things.
Sorry.
No worries. You hear the sound, like you can all hear the sound of a girl crying from underneath the bridge. And these buzzards, vultures, whatever they are, they're definitely carrion feeders, are just circling overhead.
I'm gonna hop over here and then hop off my hog and check it out. I'm gonna go in.
Okay. Hold on. Move back one.
Yeah, how fast is the river moving?
It's pretty fast. Likely in response to the severe weather that moved through the area recently.
Does it look like it would sweep me off my feet if I waded
Yes.
in it?
It definitely
then
would sweep you off your feet.
Then I will not.
As you move around the side of the bridge, you kind of peek underneath it, find the source of the crying. You see a young girl. You would gauge her age would be commensurate with at least how Evelyn appears to be in age. They could be like within a year or two of each other.
Okay.
She looks to you, pale skin, blue eyes, definitely human, and just tears just streaming down her face, and you can see that her leg has gotten stuck by this large log, which must have flowed down the stream and kind of pinned her there. So you can see that like her leg is injured. Aside from that, you know that she's wearing a purple robe with black banded sleeves. So like around the cuff, there's like a black band on each sleeve.
Does she have hair?
She's got her hood up.
If I were to like try and yank her from where she's at, would that hurt her leg?
Probably.
Okay, well, I'm gonna command my steed to start trying to lift this log so I can pull her out.
Okay. What's your steed's strength? Just have your steed do either an athletics or a strength roll. I don't know if they get a bonus to athletics.
No, it's just a strength. Same stats as a warhorse. I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Okay.
Can I use it on my steeds?
Sure. I don't see why not.
Boo.
Yeah, unfortunately, your hog just can't get the right footing, can't get its tusk underneath the log.
And I'll yell back to everybody else, and now there appears to be a girl stuck underneath the bridge. Somebody get over here and help me.
She a vampire?
I didn't ask.
I'm going to approach from the other side, and I am quietly going to use Divine Sense.
Give me the slow and skinny on that. I always forget, does that tell you evil, or no, it just tells you types, right?
The presence of celestial fiend or undead.
Okay. Faint celestial from the girl.
Asmar?
Could be. Though you've never detected that from Evelyn.
Well,
Thought I had. After she used her radiant consumption.
Well, when she was using that, that's a little bit different.
I'm going to come down under the bridge from the other side.
Okay. Make a quick perception check as you do so. Okay. You can see on the back of her robe is some type of emblem, like placed centrally on the back as like a sigil or something like that would be. It is concentric black circles split by a downward thrusting trident. And I can give you a crude illustration if you don't get what I'm saying.
Nope, I think I've got it.
yep, you got it.
Rolls to tell what it is.
Well, Garrett, I mean, you can make any kind of knowledge roll you want. Really, it's just gonna, you know what I mean? It's gonna, each thing will give you different kind of information. Let's see, what would apply? History, you could roll. Religion might work.
God damn it.
You've never seen it before, for sure. Best you can gather is it might be like a clan or family symbol.
Sure.
Trip, you're not there, unless you're walking up to it.
Oh, yeah, I'm walking.
So I'm going to go down. Would it be easier for me from my angle to pick the girl up as the log is moved, or help move the log and let Leviathan or Danderfluff move down and help pick her up?
Yeah, I mean, it's simple enough to realize that her leg is pinned in the mud beneath this log. So probably the best course of action would be lift the log up first and then get her out of there. That way you don't have to worry about snapping her ankle or anything like that.
Right. Should I, based on where I am, should I grab the girl or grab the log?
You could do either. Like, there's enough room underneath the bridge where you could kind of like stoop down and walk next to her.
Okay, so
And the
then
log is long enough. Like, it's hard to portray on this map, but the log is long enough that you could grab it from that side too.
So that I will grab the end of it and tell Leviathan to be ready, and I'm gonna lift up the end of it, probably easier positioning than where Clementine was at, and tell him to yank her out.
Yep, and I'm gonna do just that.
Okay.
So athletics.
So athletics from Buckle, please.
Oh, little girl. In advance, I'm so sorry if you die.
All depends
Can
on
I
what
see
Joey
from
rolls.
the other side? Be like, you want some help?
Yeah, Dandelion,
You're-
go. This is a heavy log.
So,
Wait.
Joey, he
Yeah.
hold on. You see Garrett, like, he barely lifts up the log. Do you try and pull her free?
And I see he just barely lifted it, right?
Yeah.
I'm
Maybe
gonna
a few
Misty
inches.
Step, I'm gonna Misty Step to her, grab her, Misty Step back up.
Well, she's like right there. You don't have to Misty Step to her.
Yeah, but I feel like that would just.
And
be
also,
quicker.
you can't cast 2 spells that quickly.
Fair enough. Oh, even though it is instantaneous, but yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, I'm gonna try to grab her.
Okay.
Wait. No, that's the only way.
I don't care. I'm not listening.
mean,
Can
it's
you
to
bring
help the girl,
somebody
not rip
with
her
you
leg
with
off.
Misty Step? I don't think you can.
What was that?
I don't think you can bring anybody with you on a Misty Step.
No, you are correct.
So if you'd like to rethink your strategy, I mean, you'd know how your spells work.
Yeah, you're right. I forgot about that. I would Misty Step to her and then just like to pull her out. Even though it's only like 5-10 feet, I still feel like that would be in the moment slightly faster.
Okay, make an athletics roll.
Come on, it's the one thing I'm good at.
Okay. Even with just that few inches of clearance, you poof over to her quickly and yank her up out of the mud. She is now free.
And then
But
I
you can
just-
tell her leg is pretty badly injured.
All right, as I'm pulling her out, I'll pump good 10 points of lay on hands into her leg and take her to safe ground.
Okay. So you walk her back up onto the shore.
Yes.
Her leg
So
now
that's like-
healed. She kind of takes a few tentative steps on it and looks up to you, deep, sorrowful eyes, kind of like wipes the tears away from her face. And she says thank you in far common.
Oh, I understand Farcommon. I'll say it was my genuine pleasure back in Farcommon.
Who are you?
My name is Rabai.
None of your business.
You already heard that, didn't you?
Yep.
A better
my name's
question would have been,
Leviathan.
who are you?
Well, now we gotta kill her.
She says, my name's Myceria.
How do you spell that, dear?
Myceria.
Beautiful name.
Not really.
God damn it, Nylaw. So, my name's Rabai, as I said. What are you doing out here trapped underneath a bridge?
I was trying to get help. My family, they're trapped.
I look excited to the rest of the group.
Why were you under the bridge?
I was taking shelter from the storm.
How long have you been under there?
A few days.
Nylaw, get this girl some blueberries.
I think she's a troll.
I also think she's a troll. Are there goats? Was she eating goats?
She appears to be very bedraggled. Dirty, wet, scuffed up.
Or she's speaking in far common still, right?
Correct.
I'm gonna get a fire going over here. Which
Yeah,
is probably a dumb idea.
Yeah, and I'll help her, like, over to the fire.
Okay. You guys can move your tokens accordingly. And I'll just zoom in on that. Looks better on stream when I zoom in. Get more details on the tokens. I like it. Ammo, I like it. It's good. Okay. Getting the fire started is a simple enough task. Takes you about a minute. And fire starts crackling away. And she sits next to it, hands outstretched to it. You know, warming her hands.
I'm a study of vulture.
Okay. I forget what you need to roll for that.
I think we were just doing nature rolls. It was like home.
I know I had you write it down last time.
I will look. Nature checks for new ones.
Okay, and
That's
I
what
just
had in
need
my
to
last.
check something real quick. Blah, 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 blah. Observation, there we go. Yep, it's a nature roll. It's a nature roll. You got it. But that is, you're spending an hour doing that, so you're, at the end of the hour, you'll have learned how to turn into a vulture.
Okay.
Standard vulture. Which there might be a different name for these things, but they would use the vulture stat block. Anyway, so we'll just call it vulture. Open session.
What is your family? What is trapping your family?
There was a mudslide near the mountains.
That makes a lot of sense.
Common, I'm going to say. What's the likelihood that her family's alive?
Vulture.
Vulture.
I don't know. Better than 0?
I'm inclined to go investigate, if only to drop her off someplace so we can continue on.
Why don't we want to help out this young girl?
We would be, by leaving her with her family. It's not
yeah.
like she can come with us.
True. Well, yeah, let's reunite her with her family.
And if her family isn't there?
We deal with that when we come to it. Nah, dear. We're gonna help reunite. I'll say this in fire common. We're gonna help reunite you with your family. But let's just say hypothetically your family's not alive anymore. What happens then? Do you have a place you can go?
She says, well, if that happened, then I would be very sad. And I need Garrett, Danderfluff, Seraphina, and Rabiathan to make charisma saves.
Is it against magic?
Yes.
I said the rescuer!
Okay. As she says this and like looks around at the group, and you just see the genuine like sorrow in her face, you all like just suddenly feel like that lump in your throat of like, feels. And Garrett, you just, against your own strength of will, just begin sobbing uncontrollably.
I'll pat
You
Garrett on the back.
You have no idea what's come over
Garrett?
you, but
You should stop doing that.
you've never felt so depressed in your entire life.
I know, because I'm with this party and they rescue stupid bitches under wells or bridges or fucking.
Of all the ones you could have rolled, at least it's entertaining.
I want to try to.
Why'd I have to roll paladin?
Gonna try to wipe away his tears a little
I
bit.
keep my helm on pretty much full time. You can't wipe away shit.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, he's just a big bucket of snot under that thing.
It just sounds like.
This is like trails of mucus dripping out of the front.
Well, now clearly Garrett is consumed by something.
It's just so sad.
Now, I know it's sad, but we've all been through sad things in our lives. Calm yourself down. Stop blubbering like a lunatic.
After a few moments, you're somehow able to come to your senses, and you're like, what the hell? Like, you suddenly get this feeling as soon as it ends, like, why did I react like that?
The rest of you didn't think that was sad?
Well, sure.
Trip, take inspiration.
I already have inspiration.
I'm sitting here sobbing, and he
Well,
gets inspiration
unfortunately,
for
it
drooling
doesn't
over a
stack.
bird.
Learn to use your inspiration, Scrub.
Dang, he's getting bonus XP, inspiration ×2, all this.
Can I trade it in for bonus XP?
Talk about favoritism. Jeez. Now, how far away did this event happen with your parents?
I was just running. I was trying to get help, so it shouldn't take a day or two travel to the north.
Can I roll insight? Because I feel like she's lying.
You may certainly roll insight.
I irrevocably trust her.
I am going to roll insight
I'm
given
evil,
the
I don't
nature of
trust
sobbing.
I'm not jaded enough to roll insight.
She appears to be sincere. You don't detect any outward deception from her. I mean, her story adds up. She looks like she's been stuck under a bridge for 2 days.
I'll say, Danderfluff, do you have any clean clothing that might fit her?
Go through my bag and bring out the curtains.
They're dry.
So does she look human or what?
Yes,
She looks human.
like a child.
Mm-hmm.
Did anyone give her food yet? I didn't notice while I was sobbing like a bitch.
I don't believe so.
I'll
I
give
don't
her a
think she
ration.
wants any of my blood.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna pull out a ration and toss it to her, unceremoniously, and in common. She's more than she seems. She has the touch of the celestial about her.
How do you know she can't understand common?
I don't, but I'm taking an educated guess. She could be descended from angels. She's some type of celestial.
Is that a
Vaguely.
good thing?
They're just as capricious as any other entity.
What does capricious mean?
I think
Just
they're like
because-
a fruity beverage.
Ooh, those are good.
God damn it! I want a Capri Sun now.
Yeah, it's
Nice. You get inspiration.
just because they are
Oh,
Pure.
sorry. Hold on, my stream just dropped. And
It's her.
is back.
It's the girl.
Hold on, give it a second.
Ingest failed the charisma roll.
Maybe. Well, I mean, like I'm assuming there's gonna be internet problems because all the crazy weather happening.
Well, Twitch has been like derping. Yesterday, my stream went to 0 twice.
Yeah, it's back for me.
When doesn't Twitch have some dirt?
If you ever think about it, it's amazing that the internet works at all.
It's always just,
Yeah,
it's just
I
a
mean,
series of tubes.
He's got a good point there.
Filled with pixie dust and unicorn jizz.
Yeah, my connection seems fine now. Like it was like slowly dying and then it just went to 0 for a few seconds and then it kicked back on. So I'm assuming that's just probably something further down the pipe. I don't think it's my connection. So we're pretty close to the end of the session anyway, but still, always a bummer when that happens. But I think we're good to go now. It's green across the board.
Just because they may be good and pure of heart does not mean their goals align with ours.
Now, see, I was under the impression that celestial just meant good.
Sure. And yet,
You're
if
also
her...
under the impression that people who worship Asmodeus are all evil.
That
I
is
mean,
true.
we
That
sort
is
of are.
correct.
It doesn't
I
mean we're
still
not
believe
capable of
that.
good.
I still believe that. Don't give me that look. I still believe it.
We really have no choice.
Well, we
She
could
sits
just leave
quietly
it.
eating her ration.
Hope she chokes on it. That would solve us a lot of problems.
Is that in
I
character?
mean, I could just kill
It's
her.
not out
I was
loud at
about
all.
to say, dude, alignment shift. Jesus Christ, sick fuck.
I could just drink her to death. You know.
That's clearly...
Yeah.
Murder's pretty evil.
Ooh.
We're
I
gonna
mean,
have
it would
to
clean up loose ends.
find her family, right? At the very least, someone has told her their name.
That'd be me.
We could just put her back where we found her. Vulture.
I'll say to the girl in Far Common, when we go look for your parents, you want to ride atop this kind of drab, silly, plain-looking warhorse of my friend here, or do you want to ride across atop this majestic hog?
Roll persuasion.
I'm good at two things: persuasion and athletics.
She kind of like looks back and forth at the various steeds and she just says, well, wherever you have room for me would be fine. She doesn't
Clementine?
seem to show a preference.
I kind of wish you would have failed that, so you would have got fucking sexual harassment put on you.
Well, Nyloth, you're enthralled with what you're doing, so I'm not gonna let you roll.
Yeah, I don't give a heck.
The rest of you can make nature checks.
Did she eat the ration that he threw?
Yes. Well, she's in the process of eating it now. And in fact, Garrett, you can also make a history check. With advantage. Alright, so look at Garrett getting all the knowledge. Garrett, you find it odd, first of all, that these buzzards, whatever the fuck they are, vultures, are continuing to hang around in these great numbers. Like, you would figure, like, usually the presence of other people and be like, alright, well, she's not gonna die then, like, some of them would kind of get the idea and fuck off. If anything, there's more buzzards now. Not by a drastic margin. Maybe a few extra have showed up since last you looked up. And for the history, just watching her while she's eating her ration, she seems to do it in a very measured and ladylike fashion, which to you would denote that she might be nobility of some type.
Very, very
Like, it seems very proper in the way that she's doing things, and also as you're seeing her, like, more of her mannerisms, like, definitely that you're getting that vibe that she might be either nobility or just very well trained in etiquette for some reason.
Here's where my intuition's going right now. Yeah, she's got a family, but her family's a goddamn cult. And everything about it is awful, and we're all gonna die.
Wow.
I'll take your silence as agreement. I'll note that in passing, just because, I don't know, I think being a background noble, Garrett would note things like that, but not really think much of it right away.
Right.
The buzzards, though...
And Danderfluff, you kind of get that same feeling about the buzzards. Like, it might take you a few seconds beyond, you know, Garrett noticing it. You're like, why are these fucking buzzards still hanging around?
The person
Oh.
that we would ask... Go ahead, sorry.
While studying the buzzards, can I pick up any reasons why they'd still be around, like something else?
Now, like I said, you are completely enthralled. Like, you have to spend your 1 hour, like, concentrating, basically. So
That's
you're
what I
not-
meant, like, because I'm focused on the buzzards. if
I
it'd
get
be
what
like,
you're saying,
no.
but your concentration is based on what do they look like, what's their flight like, what's their anatomy like, how do I turn into that? You're not really watching their behavior. So I'd say that you notice that there's a few more buzzards have showed up, but you're concentrating way too much on learning this new shape that you want to turn into. It's a process. You're essentially drawing a schematic in your brain for how you're going to warp your own shape into this. God damn it, Joey. King of the combos.
Blame Ewok. He's the one that he's a bad influence. But it's hilarious.
Alright, so, open session. She's still quietly eating.
Tally ho then, shall we?
What the rest of you think? And no, Seraphina, we probably should not eat her. In common, not far common.
Thank you for making note of that.
Okay, good talk,
We only
everyone.
really have, like, there's two outcomes if we take her to find her family. One is we're welcomed with open arms, which probably won't happen. But the other one is we're probably flayed.
I mean, either way, we might get some good loot out of it.
If these are people trapped beneath a mudslide, and they actually are still alive, and we rescue them, your thought as to what kind of loot we could get from it?
Oh no, I had forgotten about the mudslide.
Keep in mind, the best case scenario here is that we dig this woman's family out from beneath a mudslide. This girl's family.
Well, I mean, that's like the worst case scenario. Best case scenario is they've already dug themselves out of the mudslide, rebuilt the society, you know, doing peachy keen.
All within 2 days.
Or they could be mud people now.
They're probably mud people now.
Mud elementals. Either way, who would we be to turn this offer down and to leave her to be here starving? That's not what a paladin does.
I mean, if we don't help her, we're really being sticks in the mud.
Yeah. All right, and settled then to the girl in Far Common. Can you show us where your home is? We'll take you back there and hopefully for your family.
She nods her head yes.
Okay. Finish up your meal and off we go. As soon as Nyloth's done drooling over the bird.
Yes, and since this is taking an hour, we can call that a short rest if you guys want to roll any hit die or if you get anything else back on a short rest. I'm not sure if any of you guys do.
We haven't done anything since...
You have the highest hit die, too.
One more.
It's enough to get me max. I don't give a fuck.
What'd you lose? Oh, from falling, right.
Yeah. Alright, and is there anything else you would like to ask the young lady or do before we end the session?
No.
Promise you're not going to kill us? I'll
Huh?
think to myself and I won't say out loud.
Just reset my light back to standard torch levels instead of daylight, because this is egregious.
Gotcha. Where's your character? There you are. There you go.
I suppose my hog isn't the best for a two-person travel.
No, not really.
All right, then.
It's better in solo situations.
Yeah.
Anything else? Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Make her sign a waiver or something. Or release.
Okay.
This is a contract that you cannot kill us.
Cannot betray us. No
Mhm.
acts of treason.
Vulture.
As
I did.
boop, the hour ends. Trip, you know how to turn into one of those now.
Just what we need.
I'm gonna turn into one of them.
Okay. You see Nyloth's form shift into an exact replica of one of the birds you see flying overhead.
Does he have a 70s bowl cut?
No. Though the only thing, like as he's turned into one, you can kind of see a bit closer now, not in motion. The only real difference that would set this apart from like other vultures that you've seen is that these ones have a bony crest running down the length of their head, kind of like a mohawk.
Can I figure out what they're interested in now as a vulture?
Can roll nature.
Nope.
You have no idea.
Wait. Can I use my inspiration?
Sure.
I want to get rid of the inspiration. Bam.
You know that whatever it is that's keeping them there or drawing them there, it's not necessarily the prospect of a meal because that's not really an option anymore. So you find it very unusual. You can't ascertain why they're there, you just know that it's something unnatural causing it.
So I'm gonna like have my wings open and like waddle over because I can't fly yet. I'm gonna be like pointing with my feather arm and be like, and point at my mouth and be like, and point at my eye.
I'm gonna try my best not to make direct eye contact.
I'm like using my like feathers as like the Zabu. What was his name from the Lion King? Like how he like had, they looked almost like hands, but they were feathers.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
And just trying to mimic that, like they're not here for food, so they might be watching. I'm just waddling around as a vulture. And I pet Garrett's shin. But not like to try and hurt him just because it's shiny.
Ting.
I grab your little buzzard head, and I gently push you away from me.
Are you pushing me towards someone in particular?
No.
Okay. So then I start like just going the direction he turned me in.
He'll be fine, I'm sure. Maybe he can follow us flying.
And I bink Leviathan's shin.
I'm gonna try really hard to not make eye contact.
Just dink at your shin.
I'm gonna just kind of like kick. Like, you know, maybe like there's like a little bug biting
Yeah, he
you or
makes like
something.
fucking
kick
angry buzzard sound.
Yeah, I want to just make an angry kick.
Trip, do you vomit with agitation?
Yes.
Okay.
What just happened?
Buzzard just puked on your shoe.
God damn it.
All I can imagine now is like Nyla's face is like the Yoda face when he's falling over.
I'll look over and say, God damn it. And I'll look and see what the hell he wants.
I'm pointing at the buzzards, and I'm pointing at my mouth, and then I shake my head, and then I point at they point at my eyes. Like
I have no idea what you're trying
you can
to
roll
say.
an insight if you'd like to see
gonna roll
if
with
you
this.
I
can.
do this with two feathers and point at you.
I'm
and then
gonna
point at
roll
Yeah.
with a self-imposed.
Could I just use speak with animals?
He's not an animal. It doesn't
Oh.
change his type. I'd say that you could get the gist of it, Leviathan, sure.
Okay, I'm not gonna give him. I'll just be like, okay, like, all right, now I understand. Now, fly away.
I bink his shin and walk away.
Go for it. I don't give a shit.
Okay. And
But
With
one
this-
second.
go ahead.
I'm gonna like walk far away, then try running and flapping my wings towards Danderfluff to try and fly over her,
Okay.
like a bird trying to learn how to fly.
Roll a d20. Okay. Danderfluff, roll a dex save. Okay. You narrowly dodge out of the way as this bird just comes flying at your face.
I want to grab his foot and put him on my shoulder.
At opposed to athletics.
I'll just go on his shoulder.
Okay. Yeah. You easily just grab him by both legs and just stick him on your shoulder.
Put him on my shoulder now.
Which he's actually like bigger than you, or probably about the same size as you, even in this form.
Still, it works.
Yeah, because a vulture would be small. So you're both the same size category. But hollow bones, so. It's
Does
certainly
it
in
at least
a,
look badass.
you look interesting.
It's gonna be comically like little gnome with a big, huge bird on his shoulder.
Yeah, you're definitely straining to keep a balance on it. Just given the size. Anything else goofy you guys want to do before we wrap it up?
I make a nest on the top of her head and then go, ping, and sit down.
Not enough time. Session's ending. If you can remember next time, I'll let you roll for it. Alright, so with the angry shrieking and cawing of the vultures overhead continuing